All right. Happy morning to everyone, I assume. Yeah, it's morning for me right now. Forgot to start that timer. Okay. We finished the Taken King yesterday, and now we got to finish up the rest of the side missions from Taken King, and there's quite a bit of them. As well as talking about strikes and whatnot. And then we'll be moving on to Rise of Iron. If you hear snoring in the background, I apologize. My dog is sleeping in my room. And I don't know how to make her stop snoring. She's just... Sometimes she doesn't snore, sometimes she does. Yep. Alright. Let's load in. Let's pull up my checklist. So we finished Regicide, the final story mission where we kill Oryx in the physical realm, with the ending cutscene of him taking himself and retreating into the Ascendant Plane. Next is to just deal with the Taken and the Cabal throughout the Dreadnought and the rest of our solar system. The next stop would have been Shield Brothers, which is one of the coolest strikes because it's two bosses, and when one dies, the other one takes up their weaponry. So one's a melee guy, charges at you, he'll slam, hit you, whatever. The other one has this artillery cannon on his back, and he'll shoot you from afar. He puts up this bubble shield, so you can't shoot him from afar either. You have to get close and personal. So when one of those dies, the other one takes up their brother's gear. Very cool strike, very difficult. Oh my gosh, the night falls on this thing. It's brutal. Next is the Blighton Coven. This is going to take us back to Earth. Investigate the rumors of a Taken Coven in the Cosmodrome. We have hard or extra hard. It's probably because we're the same XP level.
Oryx is dead. Nice work on that. But the Taken are all wormed down into the cracks at the Cosmodrome. We think a coven of wizards is running the show over there. And you're going to shut them down.
There we go. Got some loose Taken. I know in my titles I'm saying Rise of Iron. It's just easier to say that. We will get to that soon. Soon.
Cade, I'm having trouble getting a bead on those wizards.
Thought you might. My scouts have marked blights all over the Cosmo. They're pumping out darkness like a spigot. Cut off the flow, Guardian. Cleanse the place, and you should be able to find the wizards.
I've been playing a lot of Destiny 2 last night, and just jumping between the frame rate and the FOV of D2 and D1. My gosh. I vaguely remember this mission. Vaguely. Those things hurt. Oh. Am I gonna have to...
That did it. Wizards are marked and locked. Next.
Wow, he got the shield up just in time. Okay, we gotta go down below. Similar to the beginning. Oh, that's right. To just shoot the glowing eyes. Ow. Oh, really? I was contemplating popping my super there, but I had to wait for the enemies to spawn to see, are they really that much of a threat? The answer is no. Can I just say, the Armor 2.0 system of D2 is so good.
Darkness. It's smothering. We've got wizards.
I actually think the other wizard is down there, yeah. Daughter of Oryx. How many daughters you got, Oryx? My gosh. Oryx has been busy over the last couple billion years.
Cosmo Guardian. Taking, abandoning the fight, or getting sucked back to who knows where. This one goes in the win book. Come on back now.
Bada bing. So the whole premise is just trying to clean up the world around us after the whole incident. Up next, though, this is a fun mission. Oh, the lore implications here. After spending so much time in the Vault of Glass, we go back. Paradox. Investigate the signal coming out of the Vault of Glass.
The Vault of Glass. It is one of the Vanguard's greatest triumphs. The destruction of time's conflux. A victory.
Vanguard's
over
triumph.
against
It's
collective
our
mind.
triumph.
From deep in that vault, we've received a signal laced with an old Vanguard signature. Beck's technology disrupts the weft and weave of time itself. If a Guardian has become lost, unstuck in time, we must return them home. The message we received was this.
They want me to send a message. The creatures will soon reach the heart of the vault. When they do, we're gonna destroy the Vex. Once they take the Vex, they'll come for the light.
That's why you're here.
Sorry, there was some stuff that we were talking about with the Pantheon raid. Oh. For Destiny 2, I heard some misinformation, so I was just correcting it to my clan. So the Vex are acting all wonky. There's a voice coming from the vault. I wonder who it could be, chat.
Wait, don't shoot them. They're not in a combat sequence. I think they're waiting for something.
It's always so weird when enemies don't fight you. I think the other time that I can recall is the Leviathan raid. When you approach Callus's ship, all of his legionnaires are standing at attention and they won't attack you if you don't attack them.
I have no idea where I am. My name is Praedith, and I was a member of Kabir's fire team. I just hope someone can do this.
Praedith. I've heard that name before. Scattered pieces of gear, references in the margin of a text. He is real.
So again, Kabir's fire team, which housed Praedith, they entered the vaults of glass hoping to destroy it, but they failed, and thus were wiped out by the oracles. They were erased from time. So what few references remain kind of come from the Vault of Glass, such as Praedith's Revenge sniper rifle and the flavor text on gear, right? Like Akora was saying. But apparently Praedith is alive and he's sending out this message. It has finally reached us and we're gonna go investigate. Oh no! Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was captains. I was expecting, you know, Thrall or some crap. Oh! How many goblins are there? My gosh, y'all are shielding each other. Ah! Alright, I think it's super time. Woo! 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 I need that. Gosh, there's still more. Oh, that's right, I forgot everything can teleport in D1. They don't teleport as often as the Thrall. They do teleport. In D2, I think only the captains, Minotaur, like those higher level things, and Thrall do. But stuff like goblins and hobgoblins, they won't. Gosh, they have a chain of invincibility going on. So annoying. I just fell off the edge. That's so embarrassing. I think that's my second death. Oh my gosh, is it from the beginning? Stupid not being able to mantle. I just... Wow, just right off the bat, huh? Yeah, I think that's my second death this playthrough. Not too shabby. For the love of poop. Yeah, I forgot how badly goblins hurt. With their stupid little, like, concussive guns. Look at the range of that immunity. Alright, this should be the last wave, because Bungie really loved their waves of 3. Kratos, what did you make us walk into? Brother disappears into time and makes us clean up his mess. SMH. Oh, right. Thought I had my melee. Now I do. Alrighty. Are we done?
If the Taken are here in the vault, they are at the heart of the Vex collective mind. Imagine the machine planets of the Vex surging with Taken power. This must not be, Guardian.
You know, some assistance would be nice.
I don't know
But
whether they can speak now after so long. But if anyone is listening, I came into the vault with 2 others. Kabir was in
Bahanin, that's it.
Bahanin was always talking to himself. But they don't deserve this. No one does.
I'm tracking the signal. Just a little further.
yeah. I believe there's a secret ending to this mission. Like, where are the Gorgons, huh?
I've lost the signal. Something down here is blocking it.
That's right, we got servitors or whatever. Or Hydras, that's it.
That's it. That Hydra is causing the block. Take it out or we may never find Kraven.
Trying to remember the secret ending. You find Praetus remains, I believe. If we don't get it, it's fine. But oh, I think that's the way out. I see lots of enemies. Quit running. Fight me like a man. I'm so used to like scout finders and stuff from D2.
Yes, we've cleared the vault of Taken. For the moment, anyway.
I think that's it. They're closing the door. I lived. Just remember, tell them I lived.
Signal's gone. But I can pinpoint the source.
Oh my gosh, my puppy.
These bones are centuries old. There's a faint echo of light. This was a guardian once. Ikora, I'm sorry we couldn't bring him back.
Do not apologize. Guardian, you have reclaimed his name from oblivion.
Yeah, so there's a secret ending where you go through
Vanguard archives.
like
Kaber and Pahanin.
what is it?
Praedyth, and the
Antheon?
Vault of
No.
Glass. Because of
Atheon.
you, his tale will be told.
You go through his like glass throne and stuff, and there's a whole thing that happens there. Forget the trigger for that. All right, give me 1 second, chat. Alright, I'm back. Up next, we go to Mars. I do not remember this mission. What is this? Tenebroous Tunnels? Oh, okay. It's just one difficulty. That's funny.
The success of Vanguard stems from training, from gear, and most of all, from experience. Your mission to Phobos was what started this war. I can think of no one better suited to lead this assault.
Are you saying this is gonna end the war, or is it not? What do you mean by that?
The tunnel system beneath the old city of Freehold is extensive. Much of it is uncharted, but thankfully, much of it is also collapsed. This should be a standard sweep and clear. Good luck.
Oi. So the reason why I love this gun so much is it's very similar to Doctrine of Passing, a gun I never got, unfortunately. Played a lot of trials, I just could never get the gun to drop for me. Ow. Ow. So when I got this gun to drop, I was like, hey, this kind of rivals that-ish. It's kind of my copium gun. And I have continued to love it ever since. When I heard that Bungie was bringing back the Hake Foundry weapons, I was so excited that I'd finally have my gun again. But they made the Foundry, in D2 at least, more of a higher impact frame. So I'll never get this gun again. After this mission, I should really go back to the tower and clear out postmaster stuff. I am so full of gunk. How am I out of primary? What? I haven't had that happen in a very long time. Ow. So a fun thing I've been doing is on Tuesdays I've been going to the matinee theaters. Just because I don't go to the theaters often. Like maybe once a year.
This rail system was endless.
So at least for the next
It
few
connected
weeks.
colonies, dig sites. I'm even detecting a line that runs all the way up to the cradle at the North Pole.
Yeah, so every Tuesday I've been wanting to just go and watch the new movies. 'Cause why not? It's $5. And man, it's been fun. Yesterday I watched If, a new imaginary friend movie with Ryan Reynolds, John Krasinski, and all of them. Very cute movie. Was it the best movie? No. I've heard complaints about it being slow and whatnot, and I agree. Just felt like they were building up the plot and the setting and the characters a little too long. The movie made me cry. Had a great ending. I thought it was cute. Definitely a movie I'd like bring kids to come watch. Like in my eyes, it's a great like 8 or 9-year-old movie. What the? The garden was on Mars this whole time?
Temple of energy. Strands of darkness. Vex circuitry.
The Black Garden? We had no idea this entrance existed. Guardian, there are Vex among the Taken. They may know how to reform the heart.
Little do you know, Zavala, that they would eventually reform the heart. Echo?
Echo of Oryx. That explains where the Taken are coming from.
So Oryx is not dead. That actually explains a lot with the order of these missions that Reddit put. What happens if I kill the Echo here? 'Cause I don't think I was supposed to kill him this quickly. It's like when you kill Omnigul too early in the strike. In that case, the strike just ends, and that was kind of the strat for Nightfalls, is that final boss room sucked so badly that we'd rather try to melt her at the beginning. They go through all of the mechanics and whatnot. I also love this gun because it reduces the cooldown on my melee and grenades with every kill. Darkness zone. Wasn't this always a darkness? What? I thought I've had that skull on my health bar for a long time.
When we destroyed the heart, we locked the garden to the surface of Mars. All the Taken had to do was walk through the front door.
What the? I just killed you. Raka's still going on. Oh gosh, hi phalanxes.
An echo of Oryx loose in the Black Garden. The thought chills my very soul. It may have escaped, but your assault was a categoric success. We'll have teams mop up the remaining Taken and we can begin tracking that echo.
Looks like the Blackheart's back. Just kidding. No, it's just background graphics that they never cleaned up. Alright. Wow, there's still so many story missions. Off to the Dreadnought. outbound signal. Track a signal from the crashed Cabal ship. Board the Dreadnought and put an end to this transmission to the stars. Hey chat, can you guess who they're reaching out to? That's right, the Red Legion.
On my order, the Dead Orbit fleet is well clear of Saturn. We'll need them to defend the city, if it comes to that. They picked up a high-gain signal from the Cabal beachhead on the Dreadnought. The message is outward bound. Its target is far outside the solar system. We have to know what they're saying and who they're saying it to. The commanders are dead. The Cabal here are trying to survive against an implacable foe. Expect heavy resistance.
Like a part of me kind of feels bad killing these survivors. Because it's not their fault their commander decided to like crash head first into the Dreadnought in search of revenge, but now that all their leadership's dead, they're like, oh, well, Because this is one of the direct results of us killing the Shield Brothers. Some of the Sky Legion's top leaders.
From the bridge, but the whole place is on lockdown.
Heavy weapons fire has their defense grid on high alert. Clear out the ship. When things quiet down, the doors should open.
Oh shoot! There's Colossus was behind me. Ow! Oh, we have Hive here. I'm just trying to think of where the races are throughout the solar system. Like the Cabal were only on Mars and now the Dreadnought. The Hive were on Earth and the Moon. The Fallen are on every world but Mars. Which I found interesting. Because they're found on Venus, they're found on the Moon, found on Cosmodrome. Are there still more in this next room? Probably. Ow. Lost eye. No!
Defense net is down. Kill everybody in the system thinks it's safe. Stupid computer.
Oh, which door do you want me going to? Oh, we're going, okay, Shield Brother route. I believe I know how this mission ends. I'm not 100% certain though. I have to see the final room to be sure.
Be wary. If defense systems are active, some of the bridge crew may still be alive.
Yep, I know how this mission ends.
Captain's station should control the signal. Let me at it.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I didn't stand close enough to it. Yeah, I'm not excited for this next part. Yep. Come on, Oryx. Show your big ugly face. Oh, I thought Oryx's face showed up. Nope, it's just a big, fat, ugly boss. Killed him.
Signal's down. It was encrypted, but some of the headers are legible. This was a detailed distress signal intended for the head of the Cabal Empire.
I'll pass the scan from your ghost to the cryptarchy. I have a feeling we want to know as much about this signal as we
Told
can.
you, the Red Legion.
In the meantime, that's a job.
Because
well
at
done.
this moment, Dominus Gull
When
is
you
the
see
leader
Aram
of the
Jalal,
Cabal.
Tell him. Thanks for the tip.
Ooh, kinky Zavala. He must really like Dead Orbit. I mean, who doesn't? It's the faction I subscribe to the most. I'm wearing their bond, right? Yes. Dead Orbit for the win. So that's where that mission was. For some reason, I thought that was part of the main campaign, but no, it's... Yep. Alright, back to Earth for the next mission. Kings of Decay. Hunt the source of the taken blight. Turns out those wizards were not the only ones controlling the blight down in the Cosmodrome.
Guardian, turns out I gave you some bad intel last time. Those wizards weren't controlling the blight. Mea culpa and such like. Got a real plan this time. There's a taken knight running sorties on the Cosmo down there, and the tower scouts have tracked the blight to the old king's watch bunker. Hit the knight in a counterattack, and then push on to the bunker.
Asking a lot from me, Cade. I'm not even a hunter.
Welcome back to the Cosmodrome. We have tracking on that knight, critter named Sugod. T is silent. Who comes up with these names anyway? Okay, get after him, Guardian.
Cade, Knight is down. I'm detecting a surge of power in response.
Oh, the patrol guy killed it.
Just what we wanted. And, yep, it's coming from the King's Watch bunker. Our intel was right. That's the source. You know what to do, Guardian.
Can I tell you, whoever gave you the last intel, kill him a few times. Let the ghost res them. Have them come here and deal with this. I mean, look how ridiculous this bunker is. Poor kings. We kind of decimated a ton of their barons. Ransacked their home, then dipped. Like the good house guests we are. Oh no, itchy nose at the wrong time. And then, yeah, now they're just overflowing with taken. It's just I'm getting enemy readings. Oh, okay. This is why. Huh. remember running this mission a lot in the daily heroic mission rotator. Is it Echo, I believe? Great music. Fantastic music. Come on. Is there a thrall hidden in a corner somewhere? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's right. Where'd he go? Forgot about that mechanic he does. Where is he? What I like is this gives you a sneak peek to the raid. Oh, is he over there?
An echo, huh? In our own backyard. You know, Zavala's too serious to say it, and Ikora's too distracted, but the Vanguard wouldn't be what it is today without you. That's... anyway.
Aw, thanks,
Thank you
Cade.
for that shooting.
Alrighty. Now we go back to Venus. Like I said, there's so many missions in Taken King. I'm quite impressed. Entropy's Pinnacle. Scale the Vex Citadel and hunt down the source of Venus's blight. Alright, it's time to cleanse Venus. We tried to save,
The search to root out the Taken on Venus has led us to some dark places. None are darker than the heart of the Vex. If my information is correct,
I like how the Vault of Glass isn't the heart of the
blight now
Vex.
pillows around the heart of their citadel. This must not stand. The assault on the House of Wolves gave us detailed information about the Citadel Spire. By all indications, the heart of the Blight is there, at the top of the tower. Good luck, Guardian. May your path through the darkness lead you to the light.
No, my path to the light would just be to go home and chill at the tower. Because, you know, that's where the Traveler is and whatnot. But it's okay. It's okay. Well, We'll go back to where Skolas was killed, or I guess captured, so that the Vex can be happy again. Because in the eyes of the Vanguard, they'd rather deal with Vex than Taken. Hello. Oh. Ah. Dang it. Couldn't quite recover. Really? You all moved out of the way? Leave me alone. See ya.
The roots of the Citadel go deep into the heart of the planet. The spire is the metal trunk of a very, very big tree. Sort of.
We need to be specific, Ghost. Ow. It always feels like my gun does more damage when I'm aimed down. Like the rapid fire setting doesn't compensate for the damage decrease. But it's always fun just to, you know, fire 100,000 rounds a second, it feels like. Oh, we're not done. Well, for half a second I thought I was in D2. Forgot we don't have ranged melees. Bum. Yeet.
Remember Skolas? Crazy Kel, Angry Fallen? Let me go back to that. I prefer them to the Taken any day.
Agreed. Ghost, agreed. Woo! Yep, that's a lot of corruption. They changed. It better start me at this. Okay. I Warlock bounced off the edge. Woohoo! Yippee! There we go. Oh, phalanxes. Oh, there's another one.
They were trying to knock us off that platform. Oh, the Taken really are insufferable.
Ooh. But you see what I mean about Ghost's lines being more fit for the voice actor? It's pretty great. Not that Peter did, like, bad work, but I think Bungie themselves kind of saw, like, hey, Ghost needs to have his own personality. Be more than just our little walking encyclopedia and source of our light. Because I saw the good reception of like the banter between us and Ghost, and or talking as equals, but they didn't really lean into that ideology, that character development. Alright. I am sick of this. This immunity sausage party needs to end. Gosh, I want to pop a rift so badly, but they don't exist. He's behind me. Oh, is he not? What? That was a weird audio cue. Alright.
You sent Oryx screaming back to the Ascended Realm, and still his echoes stain our system. That is why you are here, Guardian. Only you are strong enough to stand against the terrors of the night.
Again, I'm just a year old. Ikora, them are many, many, many centuries old. But this is why we are the travelers chosen. Just saying. Alright, next would be the Winter's Run Taken version. One of the cool things Bungie did with the D1 raids, and they have revamped a few raids, or not raids, sorry, strikes in D2, but not really. But in D1, almost every strike got a revamp. So, Winter's Run, if you don't remember, is the strike from the base campaign where you had to go and kill a Archon that escaped from the prison of elders. This time you're kind of doing the same thing, but they're staking everywhere. And when you get there, you see, oh, Oryx just took that Archon. There's a big blight around his container, his prison of elders container. And then he pops out, and now you got a big taken captain to deal with. So that's always fun. And that kind of just replaced Winter's Run for a while. Like all the Nightfalls was that version and whatnot, but yeah, we got two more. Well, 5 more, technically. Anyways, got a lot of stuff to do. Why do I have something back there? What?
Where to begin? Very firm. Nothing is impenetrable. Hopefully this is close. Always interesting.
Let's say Wednesday. Yeah, we don't have Zur.
That looks very solid, Guardian. Oh, interesting choice.
Gosh, we have so many Ingrams. I will say this about the Ingram system in D1. As annoying as it is, it eats up your slots. You can hold a lot more. But look how much loot I'm getting just by replaying campaigns. You don't see that kind of loot in D2. Alright, Postmaster, how much? Oh, Dead Orbit might have.
Done. Have a nice day.
Yeah, Dead Orbit might have ranked up. Because I forget Dead Orbit's down in the hangar area.
From days when the light shone brighter. A rare treasure.
What I love is how simple D1 is. Like, my vault barely has any weapons in it. Like, I didn't collect crap. In D2, we have so much junk. Arak Jalal.
We need your support, Guardian.
Armor, weapons, or chroma? We'll go weapons. Worlds to come. Health gets lower. Reserve recipe when it's empty. 398. Meh.
Tell the others about us.
Shut up.
Are you ready to join the Armada?
Already lied to you. Alright, summoners. Or. Was that supposed to be summoner or summer circle? I think summoner. I think I just misspelled it wrong in my notes. Yeah, I did. Summer circle. Set up a coven within the heart of the dreadnought from creating a powerful taken war beast. War beasts aren't in this game. They don't appear until the Red War in Destiny 2. Oh, they're such a cute. Oh, we'll talk about it here.
The machinations
After,
of the hive
you know,
never
dialogue.
cease. By your hand, Oryx has been thrown from our world. But his will still drives the Horde, clawing at the light. In the depths of the Dreadnought, a coven of acolytes gestate an abomination. A war spawn of the hive, pulsing and growing in a pool of taken power. We cannot suffer this beast to live.
I am trying my best to remember this mission. Anyway, so there's the gun Luna's Howl Shax had made for
The priests of Oryx
a guardian who had a loyal dog, but the dog died on the moon
goal is simple.
due to the Vex, I believe.
Before their work is complete. Begin with the crackling green core of their magic. Find champions of the hive and harvest their souls.
But anyways, he lost his dog. Shax made him a gun called Luna's Howl as a kind of a memento. But then Into the Light, when Luna's Howl was reintroduced, the lore card that comes with it shows Shax, now that we're aligned with the Cabal, giving this man two little war dog pups. And it's just adorable. And it's so cute. War beasts. I think that's what they're called. War beast pups. But it's a cute lore card. And it's only like sentimental if you understand very niche aspects of the lore of the game, but yeah, I still can't say I recall what this mission is. Oh. Bollocks. It's starting to come to me slowly. Son of a gun. Alright, down we go. As long as that door doesn't open, we're okay.
The soul you have harvested, it screams for freedom. Find a tomb husk and give it purchase.
Hey, a tomb husk.
The souls nestle within the husk. Find its gestation pit and summon forth the beast. Do not allow its worm to complete the cycle.
Ah!
End it now.
Ow, ow. I forgot how awful this is. They throw ogres at you, and you can't do anything. Ow. Ow. Oh gosh, that's a dead end. Ow. Let me live. Kill the what? Infantine. Oh, we awaken it anyways?
Send it back to the void.
Ooh, let's not shoot myself in the face.
The Hellmouth. The Chamber of Night. The Taken. Always have the gods of the Hive worked against the light. Today, you held them in check. Today, the darkness gained no ground.
Weird. Like, is the lid supposed to come off like that? Anyways, off to Phobos to play the only other story mission found on that little moon. Fear's Embrace. Return to the base on Phobos and destroy the blighted source on Mars. Just remember, we didn't kill the Mars Echo.
The assault on Phobos was the opening salvo in this war. We believe now it was a trial. The first full-scale use of taken power in the system. The Warlocks see it as a place of power. The Echo must as well.
Do I see it as a place of power? Eh. Not really.
I see this Echo as a strategist. It moved to capture the Black Garden, now a push on Phobos. End it, Guardian.
I mean, all the Echoes are is they are Oryx. Just manifesting himself in places not physically. Ow. Yay! Ah! Ah! Live, you fool. Bum. It's a blight. So 499, 671. That is quite a damage increase. I think range had to do with that too, but I mean, I was right in the mouth. Ow. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore all of you down there. How am I still taking so much damage? Ow!
We're back.
Freak.
This war against the Taken began here. Let's end it here.
Did it really start here? We kind of just shot two Taken in the face and then ran. Oh. Quit splitting. Alright, this wizard. Art, do you not despawn? What is this? Or did that other wizard live? No, I thought it died. Okay.
Guardian, this room is crawling with blight. And I'm detecting poison gas in the vents. Oh, and the Cabal flame jets are private fire. So, yes, you've got this. You...
Thanks, Ghost. Stand by for revive. I believe this is where I confused killing the Echo in this room from the very first mission. Oh yeah, that's right. Jetfire. Uh-oh. Alright. Everyone needs to chill. Yeah, I forgot how much this sucks, because you can't go down there because it's poison. Up here you got fire jets, tons of ads. Oh, despawn! What? I killed him! Leave me alone! Ah!
Your first mission to Phobos ended with a flight for freedom. Now,
you leave that moon with a decisive victory over the Taken.
But yeah, see, poison gas all around. Jets up here. It was, oh man, this fight just sucked. But it's a good kind of, final boss for this saga. Because that is the last mission we would play before jumping into the King's Fall raid. Oh, King's Fall D1 is almost verbatim how the D2 version is. I mean, obviously, right? Opening encounter played out the exact same way. Probably like different enemy type spawns, but same concept. You gotta shoot down the doors, grab the husk, dunk them at the same time. I think the husk were even placed at the same place. Jumping puzzle, the exact same. Totems was a little different. Obviously, we didn't have champions. But you still had to kill the knight, pick up the thing so you can go and take the brand. Yeah, it was the same thing. You still had to dunk your stuff in the middle. War Priest was pretty much the same. Yeah, the callouts and everything were the same. The only difference was, in order to take the brand, you had to kill Special Acolyte. No. You had to get kills. Every time you got a kill, it would extend your timer, but you could only extend it 3 times. So you just have a slew of enemies in front of you shooting the crap out of you. Everyone else could kind of clear the ads, but you wanted to leave some for the brand holder to kill the ads to extend their timer. That was it. But other than that, that boss fight is still the same. Golgoroth played out the exact same way. The only difference was if you failed to take his gaze, there wasn't much of a punishment. And the big totem in the back would charge up per guardian death. So surviving was your big thing. That was kind of the first time where deaths had a huge consequence. Because up till now, and even to the rest of the D1 lifespan, we had unlimited revives in raids. Just so long as the mechanics didn't wipe you and at least one person on your fire team stayed alive, you're good. So Golgoroth was kind of that first instance where it's like, oh, we can't have a more total death count more than 6. Otherwise it would wipe us. And then he had his enrage counter and stuff, but the one orb strat was kind of the way to go. It was just easier, more people could do DPS. And there was no consequence in doing so. Sisters, the whole plate mechanic was a little different. Because everyone had to jump up on plates, and you had to jump in a counterclockwise order, similar to how the ogres spawn in Oryx. That's why I remembered the spawn order of those ogres so well. It's because it was also the plate rotation. So everyone had to jump up on plates. So you only needed to know the first plate, and then everyone else would jump up. And then you would just kind of go in this big spiral up for the brand. And I think you had to do it 3 times. I think it was only once, actually. Can't remember on that detail. But other than that, Sisters' mechanics were the same. Oryx encounter is still the same. The only difference is you DPS to stun him, not to do damage. You just had to shoot his chest somewhat and you're fine. Honestly, you could just emo in the back and you're good, because the bombs themselves were the ones that did damage. So it was always a 3-phase. Some people would stack up the orbs without detonating them. I forgot how that worked without it, you know, wiping you. Oh no, you would just have to stun him. Then he wouldn't consume your bombs. That was it. So you would either 8 orb or whatever, but yeah, that was the King's Fall raid. You would kill Oryx, and his body would drift off into space. After the King's Fall raid, though, Pretender to the throne. A new taken power rises on the Dreadnought. King's Fall was a very long raid.
Oryx is dead, taken, unleashed. Many seek to claim the throne.
Oh, hey, Varix.
I thought that killing Oryx would have ended the threat. Instead, we created a power vacuum.
As Toland would chastise us about. According to the sword logic, because we killed Oryx, we would become gods and ascendants to the hive. But we didn't.
Taken power strong here. New leader rises. He hungers for Oryx's power.
One taken king was enough, thank you.
Little would Ghost know that many more taken kings, in quotes, would arise.
Taken are cautious, hiding.
I don't think it will be a problem. Here we go.
That is a lot of shield boys. My gosh. Calm down. Ow.
No sign of a new taken prince yet.
He is close.
Oh, they had the boy blocked off. I see. Bum 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 ba-dum. Ba-dum bum ba ba-da. Oh, Malak! That's right!
Malak, capture him, Guardian. Bring him to Prison of Elders.
You would like that, wouldn't you, Varix?
Whatever happened to kill them back?
Forgot about that line. Oh, it's a great line. Totally forgot about Malak. I mean, I kind of remembered him when we went to the Shrine of Oryx. Alright. Two fusion aids didn't kill the blight? What? You can't kill Malak here. So I'm not even gonna waste my time and energy trying to.
He's getting away.
Prey wants to run. We follow. Taken will hold his echo. Find it. And find Malak.
That would be the next step. You gotta just kill taken around the place, collect things. You know, the usual. But luckily we can skip that because we don't have the quest step. Next, we would chase Malak to the moon and do the Blighted Chalice Strike, which again would take place in Oryx's what do you call it, shrine. So the big boss would emerge. It'd be Malak. Kind of difficult strike, but it wasn't the hardest nightfall. Now, I can't remember if this was part of the actual expansion or if this was part of the April update. We'll play through these two anyways and see where I think it fits in. But these are the last two missions before Rise of Iron. So how long are we? Like 2 hours in? An hour and a half in.
Different now. Petra mauled by grief. Loss of her queen. Same for House Wolves. Banner is torn. Kell is dead. And so they seek a cave to call home.
Okay, so this kind of takes place earlier in the story. Like, you can do this before all the other stuff. But this is just a different side quest thing. Remember how I said Fallen art on Mars? Yeah, this mission changed that.
Fallen houses must hunt, prowl, scavenge, defend. House Devils has
Oh, it's Winter.
House Winter
Forgot that
has
house's name.
peace. And now wolves claim Mars. Cabal will not be pleased.
I love the concept of their entire planets. You know how big a planet is? You know how big Earth is? Surely a tribe can share. Whoop. Hey, why am I killing Cabal? What?
Guardian, stop! I'm raiding a large platoon of Cabal soldiers just over that ridge.
Varix, are you trying to kill me? Hi, Cabal. Oh my gosh. It's like leapfrogs. The popping of their helmets is so satisfying.
Welcome to the front, Petra. You are...
Master Chief.
Well enough. Guardian, you're more or less clear to the base entrance. Stay alert. The Legion is mobilizing all across the planet's surface.
Oh, come on, Wolfpack rounds. Be a little smarter than that. How was that a headshot? Okay. Alright. All we've been doing is killing Cabal. Where's the House of Wolves? Come on.
You are close. They will have your scent now. Be wary.
Still see nothing but Cabal. Barracks, are you just having us clear the base for the Fallen? Maybe Barracks wants this base all to himself.
There.
Oh,
Clear
hey.
them out. You can't let them take that base.
Oh, that was a miss. Oh my gosh, it's a lot of tracers. Yeah, this was entirely new. Like the Taken, we could kind of understand showing up across the system. But to have the Fallen appear on Mars, I don't know, back in the day it was pretty revolutionary. Oh, there they are. Gotta love it when they're thick and invisible, so you can't see their health. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Oh my gosh. Where's my aim? Ow. Get out of here.
Very nice, Guardian. And thank you for giving me something else to think about. She never would have said it out loud, but the Queen respected you a great deal.
As do I. Wolves here broken, but still more remain. We'll continue to track and look for signs of new leader, new Kel.
Sounds good. Think of just the heartache the Guardian must have been through to hear that Marasov respected them a great deal. I know mine would have. Prime's Path, story mission Mars. The epic conclusion to this little manhunt against the wolves, and the last mission that we need to do in the Taken King. So just kind of a conclusion story to the House of Wolves after we kill Skolas.
Was looking, searching for new Wolf Kel. Could not find one. Could not understand House Wolves' tactics. Bad tactics. Fight Cabal? Could not find new Kel because there is no Kel. House Wolves follows a new god, a servitor, a prime. This a pilgrimage, Guardian. And for faith, they will stop at nothing. Only one place the prime can be. Only one place shrouded to sensors, hidden to tracking. Vex confluence deep in Cabal base.
Remember this mission where we had to charge the eye of the Gate Lord? Yeah, we gotta go back through there. Which also means going back through the same base we just cleared out last mission. The question is, are they gonna have us fight in here? Judging by the respawning restriction, yes, they are. Great, we clear out the Cabal and the Fallen move right in. Alright. Oh my gosh, how many of you are there? Goodness sakes. Oh, huh. Bum.
As best we can tell, the wolves managed to slip past the base's outer defenses and set up a perimeter around the confluence. Even the Cabal are having trouble prying them out of there.
I don't see how. The Cabal are pretty strong. So I will say, if the Fallen just keep sending exploder shanks at them, I can see why they're having a hard time. Oi, why'd you target me? Target the Cabal. They're a greater threat. I need some ammo. My gosh. There we go. We good. Like, playing through D1 and having this ammo economy, it makes sense why Bungie made the change. There's just no reason for primary weapons to have a limited ammo supply. If it's your primary, you're going to be using it the most anyways. And ammo drops for it so frequently that very rarely are you gonna run out. It only affected scouts, which already didn't do the most damage. So yeah, it was just... I'm just expecting the Scions to split, even though they're normal. That is unfortunate.
Guardian, they have rebuilt Prime. House Wolf's machine god of old. Destroy it. Destroy it fast.
I got you, Barracks.
Prime is dead. House Wolves will scatter.
You know how I was talking about ammo earlier?
No kill. House is broken once again.
We good.
Hopefully this time for good.
We really did a number on the Fallen. I'm not gonna lie. We've really decimated their civilization. So that's the end of the Taken King. You had the main story with Oryx. You had the clearing of the corruption after we defeated his physical form, as well as chasing him into the Ascendant world. Oh, I say that in quotes because the Dreadnought's this weird bridge between the worlds because he brought his Ascendant plane into a ship. Which is why it's kind of the way that it is. Anywho, kill him. In the Ascendant Plane, we got to deal with Malak, the pretender to the throne. We got to deal with the Cabal, who are desperately trying to seek reinforcement from the Red Legion, which the message does get to them. And then we deal with the cleanup of the House of Wolves, with the aftermath of Skolas. Now, during this time, all this content kind of came out at the same time. So give it about 2 or 3 months, including our quest lines to obtain our new swords, the new weapon class that came with this expansion. Super fun. You had the Vortex frame, the Caster frame, and the Uppercut frame. Very powerful swords. You know, you could only get one per character, so you had to run all 3 characters to unlock all 3 swords. It's a weird system. But those swords were really fun and very powerful. A little toned down version of them make it into Destiny 2 as just intrinsic traits, or like actual frames. So we have tons of Vortex frames and stuff like that. In Destiny 1, we didn't really have legendary swords. I say that skeptically. I think they were all exotic. I think we were given like 1 legendary sword and it was like it wasn't strong at all. Maybe 2. I don't know. But yeah, all that content kind of fizzled out right before December, and then there was nothing left. Like, we didn't have DLC in between these expansions. And it wouldn't be until April, April, that we would get new content for the game through the April update. They revamped a couple more strikes to be more Taken-fied. This is where we get access to the Challenge of Elders, the Taken version. I guess it's called Challenge of Elders. This is the Prison of Elders. Then the Challenge of Elders. But it's harder enemies. They're more Taken-fied. A lot of the rooms have like Taken Blights and stuff in them. And you deal with new enemies and just a better way to obtain more resources and gear and loot. This was a free update that Bungie gave us, and it would give us content that doesn't necessarily last us till Rise of Iron, but it was a good breath of fresh air to kind of hold us off between Taken King and Rise of Iron. One thing I did forget to mention was Trials of Osiris was launched with the House of Wolves. So we've had that kind of holding us through. During this time, I would play a lot of Trials. Never went flawless. Got very close many times. We'd get to the last game. We'd lose. It'd be heartbreaking. Most of my friends made it flawless because they got carried. But whenever we played together, we couldn't do it. It was rough. Never made it to the lighthouse. Still sad about that, but oh well. But after all of that, we would then go into Rise of Iron. The list had us playing the Fallen Saber Strike, which would come out during the Taken King. Fun strike. It's classic. The version that we get in Destiny 2 is pretty much 1-for-1 to it. Yeah, I don't think they really changed anything. Maybe a few enemies spawn differently. At the or when you have to destroy the console to open up the door, they make it now like an interactive panel. But before, you had to have a special grenade that you have to throw in there. Like a fusion nade or something, like a solar nade wouldn't go down the shaft. So I can see why they changed that. But that was Fallen Saber. Fun strike. Now we have the Rise of Iron opening cinematic. I am not sure. Alright, King of the Mountain. I don't know for sure if the cinematic is going to play, so for this one specifically, we will switch to YouTube. Actually, nah. Let's have faith in Bungie. Let's play it. Aha, cutscene.
In the years after the collapse, the world had no guardians. It had only Iron Lords. Immortal, fearless, we fought to protect the survivors of a once great age. Our battle was about more than crawling back from the shadows. The Iron Lords would give humanity back its future.
It's so sad. Everyone fell in love with Yolder right here. Only for her to be stripped away from us in like a minute. Should have Titan skated. It's always faster than running.
Some know the legend, but no one truly knows how the Iron Lords died their final deaths. That was something you had to be there for, to witness, to remember, to know even heroes can die. And survival is not always a victory. Now I am the lone sentry, and my watch is eternal, waiting for the day when whatever we disturbed awakens. The Iron Lords are gone. But our fight is far from over.
The House of Devils is back, and they're digging into old Golden Age research labs all across the system. This isn't a simple smash and grab. They're on a mission. At first, the Vanguard wasn't particularly concerned. At least, not until the Devils decided to move back into the Cosmodrome. Now the Devils are shifting a massive amount of resources to an area nearby that's been dark for centuries. Normally, I'd say it's just another day. Except, what's really got everyone talking is that Lord Saladin has left his post at the Iron Banner to take charge of the situation personally. Only rather than go straight to the Cosmodrome, Saladin wants us to investigate an abandoned observatory in the mountains. Very strange.
I remember waiting in the tower. We didn't do this for Taken King. Like I said, we pre-ordered it, picked it up from my lunch at school, like during my lunch at school. But Rise of Iron, I didn't need to buy a physical game. It was just something I bought online and then could download. The reset was at 4, maybe 3 a.m. So a friend and I
Fallen has captured
stayed up all night in the tower.
But we won't get there in time. I need you to secure the observatory at the top. It is imperative the Fallen do not establish a foothold on that mountain.
Sorry, think about it. I'm curious when I got this auto rifle. Was it Taken King or Rise of Ire? Okay, it was Taken
The
King.
Fallen are working their way up the mountain. Their goal is to take Vostok Observatory.
What would the Fallen want in an abandoned outpost?
Things better left buried. There is a gondola near your location. Take it up to the observatory.
Like how we couldn't just have flown up there. Anyways. Yeah, stayed up to like 4 a.m. trying to play this update. But the servers crashed. They just could not handle. Similar to what we have nowadays, but this is kind of the first time we've had this issue. And the first time I experienced it myself. And my gosh. Nothing's worse than sitting there looking at the clock. It's almost 5 a.m. The one thing that you've been staying up all night, on a school night, no less,
This hasn't been activated for more than 4
to play this, and you can't play it, and you're like, well, okay, I'm gonna go to bed for like an hour or two, then go to school, and then have to wait till after school to play it. A friend of mine, he left school early, came home and started playing it. He started to talk about it with me. I'm like, hey, no spoiler.
With this sort of reception,
I don't know why I remember that. I do.
To think we can secure the entire observatory.
There's a courtyard in the rear of the facility. If you can secure that, you should be able to keep them from the Iron Temple until we arrive.
Wait, Iron Temple? Like Iron Banner? Iron Lords?
Stay focused. There's too much at stake.
But yeah.
Watch out!
Oh. Wow, they're chonky. Yeah, after that, we just kind of played the game, played through the campaign, the story, unlocking the exotics and the areas.
I don't think I like this little metal box anymore.
Oh.
We can't take another hit like that. Jump! I don't understand. If there's something so important up there, why wasn't the Vanguard protecting the temple all these years?
This place and its secrets are my responsibility.
You would think Zavala would know about this, right? And Shaxx, because they used to be Iron Lords.
You know, this is more than a few fallen. Just for the record.
We cannot afford even one to claim what lies on that mountain.
Bum bum ba ba da. Hey, look, it's the multiplayer map. I was playing on this just earlier. Yeah, I was doing Onslaught. I say earlier, I think it was last night.
something up nearby.
Ow. Get your air support out of here. What is that?
Servitor. Sepic's pride. It's supposed to be dead. And there's something odd in the energy signature. It's not falling, but it's regenerating.
Did you say it's regenerating? Kill Sepic's Guardian. Kill it now.
Like how that was the trigger word for Saladin. There are many things that can make it regenerate. But I get the urgency.
If that's what I think it is, the temple doors will not be strong enough to hold it back. You must destroy it before that happens. Do not let Sepix enter that temple.
Ow. Ow. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah.
All this trouble to break into an old temple?
Even old wolves still bite. Shiro, what's your status?
Circling around to make sure the area is clear. Be there in a sec.
Well done, Guardian. The temple is secure. Now we can...
It's back!
Shiro, get a lock on.
I just picked up... Wait. Multiple impacts near the wall in Sector 17.
They're attacking the sensor grid. They must know where Siva is.
Guardian, go to the Cosmodrome immediately. If Sepix escapes, the Fallen won't be our only problem.
Hehehe. Good old Siva. The one thing in the Destiny universe that the fandom cannot let go. Everyone wants Siva. They're like, come on, a new subclass, Siva related. Which makes no sense, but they all want Siva back. Oh, is this the... Okay, this is the cutscene I wanted to play earlier.
We thought we were indestructible. The Lords of Iron. We swore we would do anything to protect the last city.
It's a convenient pile of wood.
Some of us paid the ultimate price. I am all that remains. Stand with me, Guardian. It is time to avenge my brothers and sisters. Prove yourself worthy, and the Iron Lords will rise again.
Anyways, that I want to play that and then the stuff you saw in King of the Mountain. Walls come down.
Lord Saladin, you said the
Rise of Iron was a very short
DLC
DLC.
in the Vanguard database.
That's because I went to great lengths to lock it away. The records are in the Iron Temple.
Okay, but if the Fallen already know about Siva, then shouldn't we?
What you need to do now is track Sepix. If we find him, we will know the extent of the corruption.
We might actually be able to start Destiny 2. I mean, it's only 10:30 where I'm at, and we have plenty of time.
Okay, I don't know which scares me more, the giant catch, or whatever took a bite out of the wall.
Guardian, it's Shiro. You're gonna need some cover. Make for the Cosmodrome.
So, for reference, chat, that's where we were born. Right there. That's where our journey started. So Bungie did a fun job at recreating or repurposing this area to fit in line with the story.
To get through that wall.
With most of the Kells gone, getting a force this large to work together is almost impossible. Saladin, you mentioned a sensor grid.
Did he say salad?
To tell how far this occupation extends?
The Fallen are irrelevant, Shiro. The only thing that matters now is finding Sepix.
You remember how we said the Fallen thrive in the dark? Well, that was a lie. Oh, that was my bonus shot I wasted. Ow. I can't get over how unsticky these grenades are and how wimpy your grenade throws are. The fact that grenade didn't stick to anyone. Right? I just... Come on, let a big bad boss come through that wall. I can't remember if it does. Not in this mission, at least. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Guess we got other big bad bosses to get through.
Lots of Fallen, but still no sign of Sepix.
The Divide.
What is that pattern over there? Can we take a closer look?
Look at this stuff. Nanite technology.
Picking up some strange readings. It's like what was on Sepix, but if I didn't know any better, I'd say this stuff is consuming everything around it.
That is Siva. With the proper direction, it could create anything a civilization would need. At least in theory.
Hive?
The Hive tend to keep to the dark. Something is driving them into the open.
This area isn't in D2, so I'm trying to remember how to get here. Oh yeah, that's right.
I just lost all readings from the sensor grid. There's a monitoring station near your location. Hook into it and try to get the grid back online.
No problem. There's not enough left of the sensor grid to fix. Wait. We can pull the logs from the monitoring station. Would that be enough to figure out what these Fallen are up to?
Do it.
Better than nothing.
Something weird incoming.
And here we go. Introduction to the splicers.
These Fallen are different. They're augmented with some sort of technology, like Sepix.
Augmented or not, we need that sensor data.
There's more of these machine Fallen inside.
Yeah, Splicer Fallen were given kind of a small range of new abilities and weapons. But they were, you know, anything big like the Taken were. Unfortunately, this DLC is kind of a mix between House of Wolves and Taken King. Meaning it introduced a new area, kind of a large... Oh. New area, sort of new enemy type, but the missions and stuff is about the length of House of Wolves.
But we still have to deal with Sepix.
We no longer need the servitor, Shiro. I've seen enough to know the Fallen have restarted production of Siva. Guardian, we've established a base at the Iron Temple. Join us here.
Oh. Yeah, Rise of Iron was kind of a letdown of an expansion. Many people kind of quit during this time, especially when they saw what it contained. I don't necessarily blame them. Like, we've been waiting a whole year for new content, and this is what we got. Later on, we would learn that this was kind of put together, not last minute, but most of the team was working on Destiny 2. So it makes sense why this expansion couldn't be as big as Taken King. It still sucked, though. So after we go to the Iron Temple, you talk to Shiro. Well, you meet him. Talk to Saladin, yada yada yada. Then off to the
Iron Lords believed we could contain Siva by destroying the chamber where it was produced. These Fallen must have restarted the process. We need to get back into the chamber and cut off the flow of Siva at the source.
I think we need to focus on what we know. The Fallen have occupied a military bunker in the Plague Lands. We won't get any reinforcements in that area until the Fallen's artillery is taken out.
The Fallen are a symptom. Siva is the disease.
This is kind of a long mission.
Vanguard reinforcements are standing by, but until those guns are down, they can't leave the hangar. I need you to shut them down. Guardian, there's a dead Vandal near you. Can you give me a scan?
Understood. He's fallen, basically, but armor is enhanced. Weapons have been modified. cybernetic enhancements.
Most Fallen houses have a sect dedicated to this sort of thing. They're called splicers. They're like body hackers, bioengineers.
The Fallen have done some remodeling.
They're taking the metal for something big. Hope they're not using it to toughen up those gun emplacements.
It is worse than I feared. The splicers are not only using SIVA to transform this place, they are using its technology to transform themselves.
There's the heart, the entrance
I've never seen the Fallen
to the raid.
do anything on this scale before. I'm calling for more reinforcements.
You said yourself reinforcements will be useless until the guns are down. Besides, they will not be prepared for what they'll find.
So this is our introduction to the splicers. Hackers, bioengineers. I believe it's addressed in Season of the Splicer. I'd have to reread some stuff though about it before I keep talking. Let's just push through this. This is a long mission. I don't want to fight every enemy. Bye.
I thought SIVA was technology, but this, it's like something alive, growing, out of control.
These devil splicers are using SIVA, but they cannot control it. They are like children with a new toy.
I don't know of any toys that eat Russian industrial complexes.
Those guns were destroyed during the collapse. How did the Fallen...
It's not the Fallen.
Maybe it's not, but the Fallen are the ones pulling the triggers out here.
It's
If Vanguard
SIVA.
wants them taken down, we take them down.
If SIVA does what the wielder wishes, then whoever's controlling this hasn't quite gotten the hang of it. Detecting a high concentration of SIVA shielding the gun emplacements.
Even SIVA-enhanced shields would require an energy source. But be careful. There's something familiar about all this.
Right. Destroy the familiar generators and then take down Shiro's zombie guns.
Just trying to process what Ghost said.
Shield power levels are dropping.
Bum. Wait, where is it? Upstairs? Is it up here? Oh no, it's right over here. Alright. Bye.
That's it.
That's why I'm playing with you.
You should be clear.
If I didn't know better, I'd say the splicers were creating a beachhead. Something of this scale could be used against the city. Guns are upstairs. Take them out.
I like how the shield was a doorway. A doorway.
So, those destroyed guns? SIVA undestroyed them.
Undestroyed?
Look for a central SIVA node inside.
Introduction to new cannons.
Destroy that, and it will break the Fallen's hold on the gun.
Get ready. Fallen are sending in reinforcements.
These will be vital in the raid, as you have Void, Solar, and Arc. This is just kind of showing you, hey, it's the same thing as before, just different element.
Keep it going. Air support is standing by, but they can't do much while those guns are still up.
Shiro, I need you to chill out. You know what is funny? We have Shahan that was introduced as the New Light Guide. And we have Shiro here. Or Shiro. That's how you pronounce it. Did I not destroy it? There we go.
Great job. Hawks are inbound. Just hold the area until they get there.
Yeah, hold the area. Which means I'm gonna destroy all the enemies before reinforcements arrive.
I'm pretty sure that air support isn't going to get here in time.
Is that an exotic? Oh no, it was just green. That's unfortunate. Nope.
Saladin. It's directing the corruption to resurrect the guns.
Oh, it's not a darkness zone. Oh, that's nice.
It's working.
Centuries passed and I have learned nothing. Shiro, can your forces secure that area?
We'll do our best.
Try. I need the Guardian to return to the temple. If we are to avoid the mistakes which led us here, he and I must speak about the fall of the Iron Lords.
What was that, Saladin? Sorry, I'm doing some cleanup work. Let's see if this cutscene comes down. Also, I didn't have chat up. Sorry. Yes, Rise of... I personally enjoyed Rise of Iron, but it really was not that good of an expansion comparatively. Like, imagine it slightly less than Shadowkeep for Destiny 2. Oof, trying to do math after not doing it for a while sucks. And I have seen the new cutscene. So
it took
good.
your fight to remind me that immortality is not the same as invincibility.
I don't understand.
When the ghosts first found us, those who were chosen were blessed with power, but not wisdom. The Iron Lords came together in search of a solution to mankind's struggles. Instead, we found Siva. We dreamt of using Siva to build starships, colonies. We would become what the Traveler always believed we could be.
But something happened.
Siva had been lost to time. When Temur tracked it to the Cosmodrome, we thought our quest was finally over. Siva would be ours for the taking. Rasputin responded. More than 100 Iron Lords entered the Plague Lands. Only 9 reached the replication chamber. But since we were chosen by the Traveler and our cause was just, we were certain the day would be ours. Until Siva took control. It It infected our weapons, our armor. The corruption puppeted us against one another. In the end, Yolder sealed the chamber with the Iron Lords inside, rather than let Siva escape. The battle was won. Heroes died. And our mistakes stayed here.
But Rasputin survived.
This is not Rasputin. But neither is it something I know how to fight. They are using Siva in ways we never even imagined.
How would the Fallen have learned more about Siva than the Iron Lords? Or better yet, where did they learn?
They haven't mastered Siva yet. This is all still new to them.
We talked about this in the last mission. Saladin.
See Tyra. She studied Siva's origins. If there's a way to track the Fallen's discoveries, she will know where to look.
Yeah, Tyra's the kind of cryptarch for the Iron Temple area. Probably won't go see her, but you love how the roles reverse with Cade and Crow in the cutscene. Bungie loves doing that. They did that already with Zavala and Crow, and I wonder if Cora is going to get her moment picking Crow up. I kind of doubt it because she's already met Crow and all that stuff, but it is a powerful moment. It was just a very well done scene. Made me very hype, for sure. Oh, hey, they sent us straight to the... Okay. I guess we are going to see Fellwinter Peak. So there's our bounty tracker. People able to make... Or, yeah. I'm not going to try to make it to the top. It's just a lot of work. No need to.
What now? The Cabal on Mars? The Vex across time? I'll crush them.
I'll be recording your deeds for posterity, Guardian. All your deeds.
Don't be creepy there, Tyra. There's 2 more missions left for Rise of Iron, and then we're done with the main story. There's 1 story mission after the main campaign, and then a ton of strikes, but that's it. Download complete. Open the Forgotten Archives at Clovis Bray and learn more about Siva.
In searching for more information on Siva, I discovered some recent unexplained phenomena originating near Clovis Bray.
That's deep in Cabal territory. I find it unlikely the Fallen would have had time to experiment in those labs undisturbed.
True, but there are records of Siva prototypes that were never recovered. They could be the missing link.
Lord Teemer spoke of Siva prototypes too. Very well, old friend. Let's follow this path.
You should be in the vicinity any time now.
Ah! Gosh, it's just right into it, huh?
I can guide you to the biolabs, though it may take some investigation to locate the SIVA prototypes once you're there.
I have faith in our young wolf there. He will find our way forward. I'm certain of it.
I appreciate it, Saladin.
Did you just call one of us a young wolf? Because it's probably less endearing if he meant me.
No, Ghost, you are the young wolf.
I'm not seeing any flashing lights advertising SIVA research. Maybe there's a console that can help us narrow things down. Okay, what do we have here? Huh. Who knew finding dangerous Golden Age archives would be so easy? There's an intact data store just below us.
Perfect. How coincident. You lived? Goodness. Oh gosh, how did that miss?
Unfortunately, my intel says you're going to need to make your way underground.
Falling great distances is actually our specialty. Elevator shaft, anyone?
Where's the shaft?
Doors to the elevator shaft should be here somewhere.
I'll back off so I can bite.
Nothing says we're in the right place, like Dead Fallen.
Bum bum.
There, that's the Bray Research Archive. Now to rummage through its files.
And we gotta defend Ghost, I'm assuming.
Interesting. There were multiple prototypes, each programmed to serve a different function. One that built constructs, viral armor enhancements, that's neat. And we have a winner, cybernetic diagnostics. Exactly what the Fallen would need to... Oh, maybe later. We've got company.
Ball, please. Why do you want this so much? Ow. Ooh, don't blow myself up. Yay.
The young wolf strikes again. Tyra, the prototype archives, will they be enough to identify a weakness in the Fallen's hold on SIVA?
I have to remind you, of all people, that I'm a scholar, not a scientist. Don't worry, old friend. Between myself and Shiro, we won't leave a single stone unturned. You'll have your defense.
All right. There's one more story mission, the finale. And yeah. Before we jump into it, though, I will be right back. We will finish all of this. All right, the Iron Throne. Right? Is that what it's called? Oh, no, sorry. Iron Tomb. Awaits us.
When the splicers started fusing SIVA into their systems, they created a massive network to control the nanotech. So, just like they took down our sensor grid, we're going to take down theirs. That should neutralize SIVA long enough for you to enter the replication complex.
This is where my fellow Iron Lords sacrificed their lives. You must stop the flow of SIVA now and forever. no matter the cost.
All right.
There are a lot of splicers between you and that replication chamber, Guardian. Stay alert.
I believe horns came about in Rise of Iron. Yeah.
The splicers have built a fortress to protect the entrance to the complex. Short-sightedly, they decided to use the reactor in an old oil tanker as a power source. That's going to be our ticket.
Picking up a strong energy signature nearby.
That'll be the reactor. Swapping the fusion cells should knock out the network for a few minutes. Defenses, replication, everything.
Ba-ba-ba.
Okay, pull the fusion cell and switch it with its counterpart.
Much easier said than done, especially when you have a ton of Fallen in the way. Hut, 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 hut. Hut, hut, hut.
Okay, tinkering with an unstable Golden Age reactor infested with SIVA. Child's play.
Agreed, Ghost. Agreed.
Wow, that was fast.
Maybe, but it won't last.
Move, Guardian. The SIVA replication complex awaits.
Hut, hut. Got a bucket.
The Iron Lord's original plan was to destroy the replicator in the SIVA chamber. Yolda's explosion apparently only damaged it. So when you reach the chamber, you will need to finish what she began.
That won't stop the Fallen from using the SIVA they already have.
There's more than one battle in a war.
That is a very important line from Ghost. They have a ton stored up, more so than we would imagine. And we learned that through like the questline stuff, which we won't be able to replicate.
What was that?
Saladin said the Fallen couldn't control SIVA. I'm guessing that disrupting their hold on it is having some adverse effects.
I wouldn't celebrate too quickly.
Woohoo!
Only a few of us reached the replication complex. The worst of Rasputin's defenses had already blanketed this entire area. Frames, constructs, some things I haven't seen before or since. They felt no pain, no fear.
All we've seen so far is Fallen.
Last time his presence was almost physical. I think he was trying to communicate, but we did not understand.
How can you be so certain Rasputin won't get involved once we're inside?
The Vanguard still believe Rasputin to be simply a war mind. He hasn't been that for a very long time.
Whoop-a. Oh, this is fun. Oh. Thought you would break that to go through. You do not. See ya.
So when we stop the production of Siva, because it'll be that easy, what about who's controlling it?
I have some leads on that. Fallen chatter about some crazy splicer priest who wants to play God. I'm kind of with Saladin now, though. Zealots can take a back seat until the heavy lifting is done.
Axis. And we will kill her? I believe it's a her. Might be a dude. Can't remember. Oh, forgot about those. And we will kill it in the Wrath of the Machine raid. In my opinion, one of the best raids. Drop down the elevator shaft. Am I not supposed to be in here? What? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Stupid waypoint marker. Bye.
Why aren't there ever stairs?
Oh.
You are close to Siva's dark heart, young wolf. Be on your guard.
Someone's at my door. I think we got more Family Guy package. I haven't ordered anything. Alright, hold up. Gotta run to the corner. I'll be right back. Probably go get that and make my dog not bark anymore. All right. Thank you for being patient with me. Now let me shoot you all. I will say, this chamber was one of the coolest things that we came across. Like, look at this.
I did what I could to protect their resting place, but I knew what would happen if someone found it. We were touched by the light. I didn't even know someone with the Traveler's Gift could die. Until they did. Find the replicator and deactivate it. Only that will stop the flow of Siva once and for all.
Those things on the ceiling. I'm detecting DNA. They're human.
Human? That's not possible.
Entering self-destruct. What's happening?
No, it can't be.
Remnant of Fillwinter. Where did you come from? I'm sorry, Older. Is that an exo helmet? That's not consistent. I need fire. Oh, I've used up all that fire. Hold up, I need more fire. Like, say what you will. I remember playing this for the first time and not even thinking this was a possibility of a boss fight. To have to fight the Iron Lords. Such a cool boss fight. So when I say Rise of Iron sucked as an expansion, I still hold my word on that. But Rise of Iron was still my favorite. Like, I enjoyed this so much more than Taken King.
Young Wolf, finish this.
There we go. Alright, we gotta run. Ah!
We need to go. We need to go very fast.
Yes, we're taking the hammer with, or the axe with us. Gosh, this mission sucked on like super hard and the heroic mission, story mission. Because those things can like two-tap you.
Well done, my young wolf. Siva is gone, and the Iron Lords are at peace. Return to the Iron Temple. You have earned your reward.
So here's the question, is the ending cutscene gonna play? Aha, still flawless death. It doesn't count. Come on, I know you want to. Play me the cutscene.
the Siva replicator is destroyed. We found this near it.
Thank you. She would be honored. My brothers and sisters, I will see you again. Someday. You've given them back to me. Approach.
Oh yeah, that's right, we get a new sword.
There was a time that only Iron Lords carried these blades. There are many like this in our armory, but this one is new. It is yours, young wolf. You are the first of a new generation. Take your place as an Iron Lord.
I appreciate our guardian standing directly center of that room. And that is the end of the Iron Banner DLC. There is a little sub stuff happening afterwards that leads into the raid. Remember when Shiro was talking about, or Ghost and stuff was talking about how the Fallen have a good store of Siva still?
Do you have bounties to report, Press?
What the? Bounty quest completed.
The Guardians will see it through.
Did you die in vain? Anything worthy of a closer look? This is a token of the Iron Lord's respect. Use it to select the artifact you wish to empower.
I was gonna say, I already have all this, right?
This is no competition. We seek the truth for all.
Ooh, something wicked. All right. Oh. Okay. My poor puppy trying to jump up into my bed. You got it, puppy? You got it? No. She's gonna make me lift her up. Alright, you fatty. Oh. Oh, good girl. Good girl. What a silly puppy. So there's one more story mission before it's like a huge list of strikes in the raid. Bad Blood. Investigate the Hive Uprising in the Plague Lands. This is a cool little sub-story, I guess is appropriate to say here.
Something's got the Hive more riled than usual down in the Plague Lands, and we can't afford another front in this fight. The Fallen Splicers are trouble enough. So, get down there, Guardian. If the Splicers are stirring up the Hive, we need to know how and why. And you need to put a stop to it.
This is fun. This stuff's really fun. So the main campaign of Rise of Iron is okay. It's really short, very simple.
The Hive are hitting the splicers near the beach tank.
There's contradictions.
Find out why they're at each other's throats.
Saladin doesn't seem like the smartest guy in the room throughout the campaign. Does not give him a good picture. That's okay.
It's possible we're walking into a territorial dispute, but something's telling me there's more to it than that.
Agreed.
This sub-story really is good, and the raid lore is really good.
Chatter's aggressive, angry. This isn't just a show of force. The Hive are after something.
I was expecting hostilities, but this is... they're at war.
Take out as many as you want. But my advice? Find the splicer leading this fight. And put him down.
There! A splicer captain, up high, near the overpass.
Oh. Warlock boop. Hold up. We got this. Yep. That's a vandal.
What's that? The captain dropped something. It's a code relay from the Splicer's High Priest. There's references to the Hive here.
Hi,
The Splicer's
back
High
up.
Priest is either keeping something from the Hive or has taken something from them.
Search the overpass. See what else you can find.
I gotta figure out a way to get up there. Oh.
Whatever the Splicers have locked up here, the Hive are hungry for it. Let's crack open some crates. See what their High Priest is hiding. No luck, but we should keep looking.
Did we even open the door? What?
Nothing. Let's keep looking.
Ba-ba-ba.
Won't budge. Let's find another. No luck, but we should keep looking.
There are so many enemies here. Yay! 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 Oh, come on. Where's the next one? Honestly, I'm just looking at all the ones that have the Siva marking on them.
Something's wrong here. This isn't good.
Chat, what do you think is happening? Oh, there's more Hive. Okay, I was thinking, where am I supposed to kill Hive? Gosh, being sideways is really making this feel weird.
The Splicer's High Priestess is corralling thrall, collecting them.
No wonder the Hive are on the warpath. Any chance this isn't related to the Splicer's experiments with Siva?
Slim to none. There were heavy Siva readings all over the hive they had created, along with an odd heat signature.
Splicers are experimenting on the
I think
Hive.
the Splicers are simply displacing the thrall.
The Splicer's role within a fallen house is equivalent to a mad scientist.
Or warlock.
Sure. Just didn't want to be the one who said it. Point is,
hey,
they're the Fallen's big brains. We've seen what they can do with limited knowledge of Siva. They've basically force-fed their own evolution. So,
What if they're attempting the same with the hive?
they could control them. Or worse.
I did not need to fight that group. That sucks. Oh, you finally got all the Brave Weapon quests done? Nice. You can finally start grinding out the weapons. They did increase the weapon drop rates or
There are
something
Siva
like that.
readings pinging all over this region. I'll try to match them against the specific heat signature we found.
Duh.
There.
Okay.
This is definitely the place.
Oh, exploder shanks. Lots of exploders. Ah! Wow, no actual fallen, just a lot of their machines. Interesting.
We need a closer look at what's in that cave.
My gosh.
This is worst case scenario. The Splicers aren't in a territorial war with the Hive. They're experimenting on
Yep. That's fun.
And if the Splicer's
Your vault
High
is
Priest
full.
is going to these lengths,
How?
he's either gone crazy
Yeah,
with
delete some
power,
stuff,
or
Elaine.
he's taking orders from someone who has.
Like an Archon?
Or a Prime. Either's bad news. But for now, we've got a clear-cut problem. We need to find this High Priest and put an end to his atrocities.
So that was the last mission of Rise of Iron. After this, you go on a warpath to defeat the enhancements, one could say, that the Splicers have done. First one is a really difficult strike called the Wretched Eye. A fallen high priest is warping an ancient science to his own twisted ends. Fight to the heart of a hive nest to find the priest and end his atrocities. Homeboy ripped the eye out of an ogre, kept the ogre alive, and then uses his eye as a gun. I mean, I know we kill things and make them into guns all the time. But homie left the ogre alive. That's the most messed up part. So that's that strike. The ogre is immune as he's trudging around the battlefield, and your goal is to kill the Archon. So you have to dodge this rampaging ogre who can't shoot you because he has no eyeball, but he's got like maces for hands, and he'll just charge you and melee and pound. And the arena is kind of small and there's not too much cover, and you have this fallen splicer Archon teleporting around, shooting you with an enhanced version of an ogre eye blast essentially. And that's the one you got to kill, and there's so many ads. This Nightfall was a pain. Sucked. But that's that strike, and that's where you find the Archon and you kill him. The next is a update to a strike already. The Summoning Pits. Transform it into the Abomination Heist. The Fallen Devil Splicers are intent on using SIVA technology to experiment on the Hide. Stop them from stealing an abomination from the Summoning Pits. So it's pretty much the same strike, but a lot more SIVA infused stuff. The ogre looks cool. You got SIVA people everywhere. Fun little update to the strike. And then we have Sepix Perfected. For we go and finally kill Sepix again. Exact same thing, except SIVA enemies and whatnot. But as far as that goes, it's not much different. One that is not on my list, I could have sworn had an update. Was the Shadow Thief. Yeah. So Tanix is alive once again. We killed him in the original strike. But the Devil Splicers have put Tanix back together with SIVA. Now he's Tanix Perfected. So this will be the second time we kill him. And mind you, Cade has already killed Tanix one time. So this is canonically the third time he has died. Probably more, I don't remember. Last but not least, Wrath of the Machine. Where light ends, evolution begins. This was such a fun raid. The biggest reason why I have the fondest memories of this raid is because this was the first time I went to a day one raid and experienced that for the first time. It wasn't that I was under-leveled or anything, because for the most part the leveling system made it so when I went into Crota and Vault of Glass, I was pretty much at the level everyone else was when they played it the first time. It was the fact that we didn't know what we were up against. There were no guides, there was no preparation, we kind of just went in there blind. And having to figure out mechanics made me love day one raiding so much. And I wouldn't be able to do this again, I think, until Vow of the Disciple would be the next time I can do a day one raid. How many years apart is that? 'Cause this is 2016. Vow came out, what, 2020? 2021? 22, I think. So yeah, that'd be 6 years later. I'd be able to experience this feeling again. But we made it all the way to the wall. I don't know the actual encounter's name, but the big machine wall. Got to him, tried to figure out how to get past him. We did, but then I had to go for work because I didn't take the day off. I was naive, thinking that we could get the raid done in, a handful of hours. No. I had to leave, came back. I eventually finished at some point, many weeks later. But it was a fun raid. The wall machine was just ingenious, trying to figure out the TVs in the safe rooms. And the first encounter, opening the doors was really fun, trying to figure that out. How you're attacking the boss and then you chase him in and then you finish him off. Then Axis perfected. Wow, what a fight. So many intricacies there. I never completed hard mode, sadly. I left on my proselyte mission before I could get or have a shot at that, which also meant I missed Sparrow Racing League and the winter event. Then I missed the, what was it called? Moments of Triumph, where they reprised all the raids. Missed all of those, unfortunately, but not much I can do there. But after that, that is the end of Destiny 1. There is one exotic mission that I am going to save for later. That is in Destiny 1. Outside of that, though, we've done pretty much everything. Replaying this and still playing Destiny 2 in between streams. The core feeling's still there. It's been really fun replaying Destiny 1. So many quality of life improvements, though, in D2. It's just far superior game. The story was still really janky, but it was the lore cards that kept me interested in the story. I had those Grimoire cards memorized. I downloaded the app on my little dinky tablet that I had back in the day, just so I could read those Grimoire cards, and I had those almost memorized. Yeah, that was fun going back through Destiny 1. Our Guardian's humble beginnings. We wake up, kind of do some stuff here or there. The Exo Stranger reaches out to us and sends us on a quest to destroy the Black Heart, which at the time we know nothing about other than, hey, I guess it's hurting the Traveler. Wow, the Vex really are a threat. We should deal with this. And put all of our attention and focus on this warpath against the Vex. Slowly that would lead to other allies coming forth being like, hey, Guardian, come help us with this. And we would just branch out to all these things. Taken King being a direct consequence of our actions in Crota's End. Rise of Iron being just Saladin wanting a trustworthy Guardian. Same with House of Wolves. The Queen calls on her favor from us to help her out with that. We gain the allies of the Reef, of Varix. We understand a bit more about the Fallen. And really, Destiny 1 is just a foundation for the lore and the stories that are going to be told in Destiny 2. So let's take a small break and I will get everything switched over for Destiny 2. I will be back in just a little bit. Alright, I was just trying to fix some stuff. We'll keep this screen for now. So we have a weird dilemma when it comes to Destiny 2. They sunsetted everything up to Shadowkeep, really. Oh. Oh. And after Shadowkeep, all the seasons have been sunsetted as well. Meaning I cannot replay missions, I cannot replay anything in the game for you guys. In fact, it won't be really until the Witch Queen where we can really relive the campaigns like we just did. So from here on out, it's a lot of watching videos. I'll just give my commentary, kind of how my experiences through these stories, what I remember leading up to them, what I experienced during them, and my feelings kind of afterwards. Just whatever I can remember, because I didn't really take notes every season. But I do remember each one, unfortunately. So, okay, let's... Oh, that's funny. So here's what's great about you seeing the screen. I turned off my Xbox. I have completely unplugged it from my computer. In fact, I'm going to put on quote Elgato capture thing. It's not Elgato though. Right? Yeah, you're a different brand. It's completely disconnected. I turned it off. My Xbox is actually chilling on the other side of the room with no cords attached to it. But you can still see that screen. I think that's fantastic. Boom! All right. So I think first things first, what I would love to look at is the Rally the Troops trailer from the Red War. I was not around to experience this at launch. Again, my proselyting mission. I would not come back until halfway through Black Armory. But thanks to no sunsetting it, I was able to experience all of these missions and campaigns. So, I do have some experience with that. I did jump in post double primary system. So I have no opinions or thoughts on that. I just think that's a little silly. Let's watch this.
Times may be dark, but we are Earth's greatest hope. Look around. A gathering of
Rest in peace, Lance.
new and old.
Okay, listen up. You're a bunch of dirty misfits, but you're all that's left, so you'll have to do.
Our home was attacked. I was there and fought against the endless onslaught.
They kept coming, so I kept firing. Not gonna lie, I was magnificent.
Despite the sacrifice of many brave guardians, we lost everything. The tower, the city, our home.
So, everything is gone. Your stuff, my stuff, most importantly, my stuff.
Today we know our enemy. His name is
Gary! Or Gil. Glenn? Is it? I don't know. It's something with a G!
Go! I know you look to me in times of peril, but this is not my battle alone.
Which means if I don't see you out there, I'll kill you myself.
It is time to avenge this injustice. For that
Such a great trailer. There's so many great marketing things they had.
But who knows? Maybe you won't.
So I ask you, who will stand with me?
Something with the G is such an iconic line from Cade.
Also, there will be a ton of loot! Yeah, right? That's what I thought.
Gosh, we miss you, Cade. Oh, miss you so much. So, originally I didn't have us plan to watch all of the cutscenes of the Red War. Ignore my mouse. I'm working on stuff on another window that you can't see. And here's the issue, is if we were to watch all the cutscenes, just the cutscenes, not including, you know, the conversations and the quests and all the other stuff, like actual cinematic cutscenes, it is 45 minutes long. So that is the first point I'll give Bungie. They really amped it up. Like in Taken King, they gave us a ton of cutscenes that were fantastic and amazing. Iron, or The Rise of Iron, we didn't have as many cutscenes. Again, probably because all their cutscene people were working on Destiny 2. But they really amped it up. The story for Red War was actually really good and very, very long. I'm trying to see if I can... Yeah, so Gamer's Little Playground. It's a channel that puts together a full playthrough of a game and keeps all the story related stuff, including the things that involve like gameplay. So for example, like you sparrowing through an area and you're having a conversation with people, he leaves that stuff in. So his short and condensed version to get all the story and the lore in is 2.5 hours just for the Red War. It's long. It's very long. And I'm sure they keep out a lot of stuff too. I would love to watch so many of the different cutscenes, but I didn't prepare them, and I don't really want to go through with it. So the thing that we will watch... Give me a second. Homecoming Story. So this is their gameplay reveal. Kind of like they did with Taken King. I don't even think they did it for Rise of Iron, but for the Taken King they did it. We'll just watch the first like 2 minutes or so. When you load up Destiny 2, this is what you get. Already the graphics are astonishing. You got the horns of D1.
Cora, if you tell me this is a practical joke, well, it kills me to say it, but I would be really impressed.
Impressing you.
This is such a great tower.
Thing I'll do all day.
Let's get serious, people.
Zavala, this is my serious face. Can't you tell?
Ikora, what have you got?
Someone or something has sabotaged the Skyline defense systems.
And comms have been spotty for the last few hours. Every sensor beyond the wall has gone dark.
Maybe it's just the storm. Maybe it's... What are the set feeds telling us?
Nothing.
Well, that's good, right?
No. I mean, they're not there. There are no satellites.
And that's not good.
Battle stations! Everyone with me, now!
I like to think that more frames survived and made it into the bubble than humans did. Like, that's so chilling. Look at that fleet. The Red Legion is ruthless. And you really get a sense of that. Even as we're slaughtering through them throughout the campaign, they're still so dangerous. They came with new weaponry, technology. And nothing was scarier than going through the tower, the place that was our social space, our safe haven, and have to fight through it. And those stupid drop pods have killed so many Guardians. And then seeing Zavala sitting there and being like, oh, are we fighting alongside our commander? It was one of the coolest things. Like, that is just innovative. Yeah, you go through all that. I don't have the video of Galt kicking you off his ship. What I do have, is the Traveler's Awakening, the very end of the campaign. Before we get here, though, the new supers were really fun to play with. It would kind of suck that we had the tree system. Something that was a huge downgrade. The story itself, though, was really great. As you go around, the Traveler reaches out to you, shows you a dream, and you go and hunt down a shard of the Traveler so that you can regain your light. You being probably the only Guardian that has their light. Everyone else are lightless right now. So you're kind of tasked with going on all the dangerous expeditions and being the tip of the spear in taking back the city. And the way they had you move from planet to planet, rallying the Vanguard, rallying the troops. It was good. It was a really good story. And all the while in the background, you see Gaul and the speaker talking about what it means to be a Guardian, what the light is. I could pull up those clips, but I'm not going to. Speaker has some great lines and things that really confounded the lore community, and they still dispute about the things he said to this day. Let's go and watch the final cutscene. After you defeat Gull, who has the power of the light. He was hitting you with all the supers. Traveler did not like that. Nuh-uh, not one bit. I mean, that is one way of looking at him. Can't say you're wrong in your assessment there. So what happened there is that was two separate cutscenes. This cutscene ends, and then we do a bunch of other stuff, and then the very end, like the end credit scene, begins here. And we're like, oh hey, yeah, that's when the Traveler releases burst. Wow, that's a big burst. First off, that burst is going really fast, and it's keeping its integrity after expanding so many. Should probably stop here. The Almighty. Oh, what a magnificent piece of ship technology. It eats up a nearby planet for mass and energy, so that it can then supercharge a sun and cause it to go supernova. That's what they do when they're done with worlds. They're like, okay, we will sacrifice one planet to destroy your star that will destroy your whole solar system. The Traveler is a magnificent piece of explosion. Yes, it is. You have a whole mission boarding this thing, disabling the weapon. You can't destroy it, but you do disable it. It's a fun mission. And that's Mercury, by the way. Mercury got kind of wrecked. This is Mars. It's very important to remember. Those are the polar ice caps. Those are very relevant later, but you get to see Mars, the reef. There's the Dreadnought, still chilling. We haven't touched it in forever. There's our outer cosmic dust, our trans-Neptunian objects, nebulae, light years away. There's our galaxy. I think my biggest question and there's our introduction to the Pyramid Fleet. Don't really know who they are. At this time, we just kind of see them and they're there. And we're like, ooh, a new enemy race. We will learn nothing about them for another, at least 2 years. But yeah, my question here is, we learn later on, the collapse came, Traveler pushed them all back. So was the Witness not part of that first fleet? And why wasn't he? They knew the Traveler was here, right? Or was it a scouting party that got pushed back? And then why wouldn't the Witness know that they were there? I don't know. There's some holes that I need fill. And I have no idea where to start looking for them. But that is Destiny 1. Or, sorry. Expansion 1, base campaign for Destiny 2. It's number 1. I guess you could call it Season 1. It was a really good campaign. The issue with Destiny at this time was the end game was non-existent. The difficulty really wasn't there, and the gameplay loop sucked. As you saw, it was double primary. Your ability cooldowns were awful. There was no real build crafting. Your subclasses couldn't really be changed for your own benefit or made your own. There's no customization. But the only thing that Bungie had going for them with Destiny 2 was the story, which kind of lacked in D1, but they nailed in D2. But by so doing, they kind of left everything else behind. Unfortunately, the first DLC that would come after Curse of Osiris would not have the changes needed to make the game better, because Curse of Osiris is practically finished by the time Destiny 2 launches. That's just how game development works. So people were hoping for changes in here, but it's unrealistic to expect that.
Peggy 16.
This is just the opening cinematic. I love the cinematic. It's a huge throwback to D1. It's a raid fire team assaulting the Vault of Glass. Just look how epic that is.
Ominous rocks, killer robots, people in mortal danger. Seriously, aren't you tired of this?
Fatigue is a distraction from our purpose. As are complaints.
Oh, I haven't begun to complain yet. Ouch! Ugh! Now I'm complaining.
Focus, Sagira.
Reach for the sky, big guy.
If you ever wondered why,
Need help? Again?
you know, glitches happen in the game, it's just Osiris and Sagira meddling with your match.
Well, Osiris. What did you see? Slow down. Wait. I thought I... Oh, Go! To your left! 2 o'clock! Medium range! You're welcome! You know, I can't help but notice that even with all of reality to explore, you keep picking the places where they shoot at us.
We can't stay here. If the Vex succeed, it's the end of everything.
New voice actor for Osiris, by the way.
Sagira, we can see your light. You have to go.
Nope, not leaving you. Without me, there's no coming back.
If I don't stop the Vex, there won't be anything to come back to. I'm doing this for the both of us.
Don't you even... Osiris!
Or Sagira. I just really like that opening cinematic. There aren't too many cutscenes in Curse of Osiris. I think there might be a few in the middle. I just didn't include them in my list. It won't be until later where I include all the cutscenes, but where I decided to start including all the cutscenes in my research. Yeah, not too bad of an expansion. I enjoyed the story. It was kind of felt one-off. They tried to make a big threat, but you're like, eh. Panaptos, I think that's how you pronounce his name, was a Vex Cyclops that could move and had arms. Looked like a Cyclops. It was probably more of a Hydra, but it had very smooth armor plates and had arms. That was the biggest thing. Very cool looking boss. Couldn't find like a good ending cutscene, so I had to use here's Playground to play through all this. As you can see, there's not really any cutscenes. A lot of talking heads, but
Ghost!
you know, Cyrus leaves the Infinite Forest for the first time in many, many centuries.
Vex mind is destroyed, and the path to their dark future is gone with it.
And in case you were wondering, our guardians were amazing.
Our guardians? Huh. My guardian. Guardian thief.
Osiris, it's been...
Sekiro would possess your ghost's shell and kind of take over for a while throughout the campaign. Argos did not like that, not one bit.
I was going to say student, but well, that word is too small for you now.
I've had other teachers. Time. Pain. A guardian who makes a habit of the impossible, who I'm proud to call a friend.
The world has changed.
So has the city. You could come back with me.
No, my place is here now. We stopped the Vex this time, but many equations lead to the same solution. If they were ever to find another... Besides, I
wonder if it's
many things
blacking out the screen whenever I
saw you.
fiddle around with other windows.
Now we have a future.
But like story-wise, like I said, it was okay. It was a side thing.
Need to find me, or if you want to talk.
I'd like that.
Great. Galaxy saved. Friends again. Our big hero over here. And by the way, you're welcome.
Come, little light. We have infinite realities to explore, and all the time in the world.
One of the cool things was the missions to obtain the weapons of this season. I thought it was pretty clever. Again, there was no random roll, so you just get the weapon once and you're done, which kind of sucked. But it did allow them to have quests associated with each weapon. And at the end, you would receive Perfect Paradox, Saint's shotgun, where you would find his grave in the Infinite Forest. And you kind of learn a little bit more about Saint. But yeah, that's kind of it for Curse of Osiris. During this time, Destiny content creators would be invited to Bungie, where they would give feedback about how to make the game better, because during a training seminar thing that they did years later, they talked about how the game was going through apathy. People weren't hating the game. They just didn't care anymore. They weren't playing the game. They weren't talking about the game. Everyone kind of just gave up and moved on. And Bungie's prediction was, at the current rate the game was going, if nothing changed, they'd hit 0 players in like the next month or two. It was really bad. Sadly, it still wasn't enough time to have Warmind do anything, but they did do a lot of great changes with the Warmind. Oh. So we have the prologue cinematic here.
Guardians aren't supposed to investigate their past.
We're introduced to the character Anna Bray.
But I'm not good with rules. Not when there's this much at stake. The Clovis Bray tech in that building allowed us to colonize the system during the Golden Age. They sought to create peace for all humanity. Which is ironic, because they also built Rasputin, the single most powerful weapon in the solar system. Either way, it's all been entombed on Mars since the collapse, along with something far more terrifying.
Anna Bray is an older name. We don't see her until now, but she's in the lore a lot. She fought in the Battle of Twilight Gap, I think. A very powerful Sunsinger, or no, Gunslinger, to the Solar Hunter one. She has high praises from Shaxx and all of them. She has a fascination with Clovis Bray technology, as she herself is a Bray. So the Warmind expansion was alright. I think gameplay feature-wise, it was a lot better. There was much more end-game type content to do. At this time, they were releasing raid layers, which was kind of just a... Imagine like a dungeon, but only the final boss. And like one jumping puzzle. That's what raid layers were. I never played any of these. I didn't get into raiding until after Beyond Light. And Beyond Light was the sunsetting expansion, so all the raids and stuff before then, never played. The story had you chasing down Nokris, the name that we read about in The Taken King, Oryx's other son that was practicing necromancy, which is a forbidden art in the Hive, because it goes against their sword logic. You know, only the strongest live on, but necromancy is about raising the dead. So it's heresy. Orcs outlawed it, but Nokris loved doing it. He was introduced to it by the warm god Sol. So those two ran away, they split off their own hive thing. And Oryx removed Nokris's name from all records. Except that one statue in his ship. That's it. Because he couldn't tear that down. It was a permanent piece of history that Oryx couldn't remove. But you fight... But you fight Nokris and the Warm God. You kill the Warm God in a story mission, which kind of icked a few people because the Warm Gods are supposed to be super powerful. But it's whatever. And yeah, they ended up making those last two story missions into strikes. So that was fun. I remember playing those as story missions. I'm like, I feel like I should have more people playing with me. This feels a little harder than it should be for a solo player. And there are kind of mechanics here that I don't know. It felt like it needed to be a strike. And I was correct. Do I think machine gun with rampage killing tally is any good? That's a really good roll. Problem is you will run out of ammo. And keeping rampage up is a little hard. I would only use that roll with the what was it? The Actium War Rig Titan, the chest piece that allows you to automatically reload your machine gun. Only with the Titan with that exotic would I use Rampage Killing Tally. But all the other classes, you're better off with stuff like Envious Assassin, which just gives you more ammo in the magazine. Alright, let's watch the ending cinematic for Warmind. It is actually quite important.
You did it! You took down a worm god!
We all did. We're a team now, Anna. A good one.
This whole time, Zavala does not want us doing this with Rasputin. Supposedly, we're supposed to form this close friendship with Anna and choose her over Zavala. It was kind of weird, not gonna lie. I didn't quite like that writing. Anna seemed a little whiny with this expansion, in my opinion. She was written a lot better later on, but I just feel like her character missed the mark in how she was written and in her development. But I love how these bunkers all look the same. Like, this looks just like the Siva replication chamber. But this is him. This is the Warmind.
The Bray family shaped me to be an all-seeing savior, while your vanguard sought to wield me as a primitive weapon. But today, that ends. And I define the reality of my own existence. My sight will stretch to the edge of this system and beyond. Never again will a threat go unseen. From this day forward, I will defend humanity on my own terms. I am Rasputin, guardian of all I survey. I have no equal.
What have we done?
Don't worry. We've got this.
Yeah. So that's the ending. Essentially, Rasputin kind of becomes the main character in the rest of our story. So Warmind was a little better. Story was worse somehow. But it kept the Destiny fan base satisfied, I want to say. At least for a while. Until Forsaken could be released. Now, give me a second. I actually need to load up Destiny. Because we can play a single mission that Bungie has included as kind of a way for us to get caught up with the story, and more so a good introduction for new lights on who Cade is and his death. So I'm going to get the game loaded up. And then I'm going to get some trailers. The main launch trailer for Forsaken is amazing. We can ignore the music in the background. It's fine. It's fine. Forsaken launch trailer. Now, sentiment is still pretty low for Destiny, but this will change.
We should have been there.
Well, this is awkward. You got a gun I can borrow.
This is not your fault.
Any last words? How's your sister?
For our fire team. For Cade. This is on the head of Aldrin Sov.
My friends, my barons, go unleash chaos.
The three of us want the same thing, Spider. Aldrin and his barons. Dead.
I cannot wait to see how this ends.
We are not an army. We are not conquerors. We need to keep our eyes on our home, our people.
This is Cade we're talking about. For us to do nothing is...
Say it.
Cowardice.
I refuse to bury any more friends.
You won't have to. Aldrin Sov is mine.
For reference, that is the first time our Guardian has spoken in Destiny 2.
So, this is to be a reckoning.
I think that's the first time since Destiny 1 campaign.
no idea what he's done.
The line between light and dark is so very thin. Do you know which side you're on?
We will take the reef by storm. All of us, every Titan, every warlock, every hunter. If he thinks what he's done is the end, it's not. It's the beginning.
You gotta promise me. Put Aldrin in the ground. We have a deal.
Destiny. Such a great cutscene. So let's load in. There is one cutscene we will have to watch. It's the opening cutscene for the mission we're going to jump into, even though the mission itself that we're going to play is not the full version of the mission. It's a very long mission. But we will be using eVase's video to help us through this. Or, yeah, eVase's video, because he recorded all the cutscenes. And I think Forsaken is where we will watch every single one. Yep. Okay. So, let me... No. I'll change my audio settings in here in a second. But what we do need to do is go to the timeline. Here you can get a very good look at all of our expansions and whatnot, including certain cutscenes and missions that you can play. So for Forsaken, we have Cade's Fate. Peer into the past with Ikora to relive the final moments of the Hunter Vanguard Cade 6. We will play this in just a second. Let us first watch this. We will go for about 2.5 minutes. So when you load up Forsaken for the first time, this is what you're met with, just right off the bat.
Well, this is awkward. You gotta borrow.
No. But I do have a bullet with your name on it.
Any second now, my partner is gonna roll in here and kill every last one of you. And you, my man.
This is going to hurt. A lot. Any last words?
How's your sister?
What a Chad. Oh. So yeah, you load up the game and this is what you get. Just right off the bat, it's like, oh. Prison of Elders sometime earlier.
Petra, Venge. Thanks for the invite. What you packing for this party?
The usual.
Ooh, do the thing. Seriously, watch this. That'll never not freak me out. Do it again.
Later. Maybe. Right now, Gen Pop is running wild. Fortunately, the main arena and lower levels remain on lockdown. But if the core security systems fail, containment is going to be a problem.
Just another day at the office. All right, partner, this is a Cade riff in 6. Watch me for the changes and try to keep up. Now let's go to prison! Woo!
So that's your opening cutscene. let's dive into Cade's fate. Let's have higher music. Oh, what am I rocking? Let's go Void. So I wasn't around for the hype for this game, but I do remember hearing many good things about this. And playing in the Forsaken sandbox felt so much like D1 that it felt like the game hadn't really changed for
To
me.
understand where we are today, there's only one place to start. Cade 6. Cade 6 was the Hunter Vanguard, a mentor to every hunter in the tower. He was an infamous daredevil, a dependable fire team member, and our dear friend. He never missed a chance to make light of the situation, even in dark times. Our responsibilities weighed on all of us. He tried his best to ease that burden. Cade's final mission was to prevent a breakout at the Prison of Elders in the Reef. Things didn't go as planned.
Playing through the campaigns in order, you could definitely tell something changed. Oh my gosh, this game feels so much smoother. Oh, I hope you're enjoying the faster graphic, or better graphics, faster frame rate, better FOV. FOV isn't that much different. But I don't feel like I'm getting a headache just playing this. But Forsaken was the result of that community summit.
Security hub. Better clear the area before going in.
Oh, they gave me a super. Sweet. So the sandbox changed dramatically. We got 9 new supers. 9. Can you imagine that? Given it was on the old subclass system, so it wasn't like they had to balance too many things. They just had to make sure like the 3 perks of each subclass stayed the same or weren't broken and interact differently. But it was a huge game changer. Abilities felt faster. Thanks to the Go Fast update that came out shortly before this. The introduction to a new enemy type, which has never happened before. Because Because at least with the Taken, it was the same enemies, just visually different with some new abilities. Kind of like the Splicers, except that's a little more toned down version of it. Although these are based off of Fallen, each one of them are different. So this would be the first time that we would have a new enemy race.
As usual. All that's left is to turn it on.
The Tingle Shore was pretty fun. Dreaming City became a fan favorite for people. The Last Wish raid was huge. The campaign felt different. I kind of enjoyed the new campaign style that Forsaken had. I wouldn't call it the best way to do a campaign, but it really did feel like you were hunting down and eliminating targets one by one.
Remember to purge the buffers.
Sure, got it. One question? How do I do that?
Press the red button.
They're all red!
Then press all of them.
I can't believe that worked. I am amazing at this. Scratch that. It did not work. Don't worry, we got this. Do your thing. Booting it up. For real, this time.
But yeah, this mission was really long. I'm just remembering it. This is about halfway through the mission.
Tech support with extreme prejudice.
Where'd your gun go? What?
Well, everything's where it's supposed to be, but now it's asking me for some kind of secondary activation.
Should be a terminal you can use out on the catwalks. I'll cover you from here, once I figure out how to turn the turrets on.
By the way, you and me, good team. Let me get that door for you.
Oh, I walked away too early. Might be. We missed the thumbs up.
Oh, the turrets have a manual mode. Interesting. Hey, buddy, what do you think of my new guns? You still with us, Petra? We're gonna clear you a path to Supermax real soon.
Copy that.
Oh, I could get used to this!
Alright, we good to move on? I think so. Oh, a rally banner. Don't mind if I do, even though I'm completely full on everything. No, why not? Da 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 da. Probably should charge more Envious Assassin. Yeah, stacks is the best way to call it.
For me?
There we go.
Bringing the security system online.
Oh, hi, Scions.
You in the green now, PV?
Yes, accessing the lower levels now. Just gotta check on a couple of things. And then we can call it a day.
So long as you're the one buying.
Lots of cutscene time.
Looks like we're all done and dusted here, kiddos. Ramen's on me.
Looking pretty good down here. Just gotta check one last thing. No! Cade! He's gone! This isn't a prison riot. It's a prison break!
The airlock on Deck Zero. It's the only way out this far down. They're going to escape.
Not if I get there first.
Imagine being held up by only a few strings. That a single gun can just unhook. Kaboom indeed. Poor Guardian gets knocked out because we have no idea what's happening. We're just chilling, all of a sudden, boom! I will say, they gave Cade a great cutscene. It's kind of a final.
You see that, Petra? Petra? Guardian? Must have knocked out the comm relays with that spectacular landing. And cue the ominous.
My favorite thing is they all have their weapons in the Prison of Elders.
Okay, everybody.
It's always been my not gripe, but sometimes I just notice, I'm like, why?
Back in your cages. Yeah, that hurt. Sorry, not sorry.
It's just all the Barons just chilling. Because they know. They don't want to die. At this point, Guardians have been around long enough. Oh. Introduction to the new subclass.
Now I'm pissed.
And if your horn's that sharp, you really got to be careful who you head bash.
Help me out here, little buddy.
And there you go.
Cade? Petra?
Oh, I forgot we have all this.
Come in, Cade. Hey, welcome back. We fell at least 20 stories down, and I can't reach Cade or Petra.
Mission has not been balanced for our power level. Since I've already played this mission, I'm not going to get any rewards, but...
No. Cade's ghost. She's dead.
Let me in. So for context, the cutscene we just got for the end of the Season of the Wish cutscene, this was the last interaction Cade had with Aldrin.
No. But I do have a bullet with your name on it.
I didn't realize this mission replayed this cutscene.
It's gonna roll in here and kill him.
They changed the order.
And you, my man.
This is going to hurt. A lot.
So it shows a lot about Cade's character to not, you know, kill Aldrin on sight.
How's your sister?
I'm waiting. Does Ikora speak more after this? I can't remember. Okay, she does.
To Aldrin, Cade was just an obstacle in his path. But to us, the loss of Cade was devastating. It shattered our fire team and left the last city in mourning. Aldrin met his fate. But that wasn't the end of his story.
You're spoiling it. I have all these cutscenes planned out for later.
He was resurrected by a ghost named Glint, and having no memory of his past, took on the name Crow. At first, the Vanguard tried to keep Crow in the dark about his past life and Aldrin's crimes. But Crow is not Aldrin. In time, we grew to understand that who someone chooses to be is more important than who they were.
All right. So there's the mission that you can play in the timeline entry in the game itself. But picking up from where we bust into the room afterwards, we have a very we already watched all of that. So after the end of, oh wait, you guys can't see this. Boom, there we go. So after Kate busts through the wall at the end of this cutscene, it plays us coming awake, running down straight into this cutscene.
He didn't feel a thing.
How's my hair? Speechless. Typical. Oh no. There's nothing I can... I'm sorry. Listen, kid. This hate on you. This is what I get for playing nice. You tell Zavala and Ikora. The Vanguard is the best bet I ever lost.
And the only reason why he's a Hunter Vanguard is through the Vanguard Dare, which he lost, which means he's stuck at the tower, not being a real hunter, really. And that's what his final words meant.
He had the worst jokes. Even worse timing. I wanted to laugh. I really did. We should have been there. This is not your fault. This is on the head of Uldren Sov. But if he thinks what he's done is the end, it's not. It's the beginning. We're going to fight him. Do you hear me? All of us. Every Titan, every Warlock, every Hunter. We will take the Reef by storm.
I remember hearing that line as part of this funeral speech. I was like, ooh, that is not where I would have expected Ikora to say that.
For our fire team. For Cade.
No.
What did you say?
We are not an army. We are not conquerors. We are guardians. We need to keep our eyes here. On our home, our people, the Traveler. The Reef was lost the moment it lost its queen. So if another Sov wants a stretch of lifeless rocks, let him have it.
This is Cade we're talking about. For us to do nothing is
Say it.
cowardice.
I refuse to bury any more friends.
You won't have to. Aldrin Sov is mine.
First time your guardian speaks in like 3 years. Chilling. Absolutely chilling. The human male voice is really strong in this moment. The exo version adds a lot more grit. But those two are definitely like the best voices that deliver this line. Not saying anything bad about any of the other voice actors. But they just have that voice for what this entails. Before we watch quite literally the rest of all of this, there is a lore card that I want us to read from the Thin Line hand cannon. Super random. It is called the Thin Line, but it's just a world drop hand cannon. But it breaks my heart, this lore tab. The main subtext, sometimes you forget which side you're on. Your ghost makes a list of the things he wishes he could say to you. Talk to me about how you feel. I wish we could go home. You're on a rampage and I'm not comfortable with it. I don't think this is why the Traveler chose you. You know I'll never leave you, right? But sometimes I don't like the look in your eyes. Every day the list grows longer. I am here. I'm still here. Are you still here? I don't want to lose you to this. I love you. It's heartbreaking. You don't see it too much as you play through the missions in the campaign, and your ghost doesn't talk about it too much. But it's very apparent through lore cards like this that your guardian he's not okay. Or I should say they're not okay at all. And it becomes, or knowing that and understanding that, has a much bigger impact on the very end. Let's go ahead and play the rest of this.
Yes, I am humbled by your gracious acceptance. Mara Sov, my sister, your queen, may be gone. But she is with us now, and always.
I like how he's just always holding a bomb.
As for you, my friends, my barons, you
These bosses were
embraced me
really
when I
cool.
was cast out. And for that, I gift to you the bounty of the Tangled Shore. Go, unleash upon the fallen chaos.
By your grace, Father.
Oh, Fickrel. I'm intrigued to know the rest of his story.
You would be proud. The Reefborn's love for their queen remains undiminished.
Love is fleeting, but devotion, now that is forever.
Like, even from here, you can tell something's
Ever
wrong.
shown more strength of devotion than you, my dear brother. The Awoken cannot be trusted. You and I know that better than anyone. Together, we can bestow upon our people the fortune they so richly deserve. Extinction.
For the longest time while playing this, I was like, that's not Mara. It's just so unlike her. Now, did I accept that she was dead? I could accept the fact that she was alive, just through like lore cards and stuff, giving hints towards it. But I didn't understand how. And then, like this Mara, I just, no idea. There is no hint as to what is happening here. But as you're playing through the missions, like, these are your snippets, sort of like the Speaker and Gull.
Lawless frontier of outlaws, scavengers, pirates. Murderers like Uldren and his fallen would fit right in. We need to search the shore. From the fallen camps in Quitter's Well to that ancient Awoken watchtower on the horizon. Leave no stone unturned. Uldren can't hide from us.
Well, if it isn't Petrovenge, the worst jailer in the solar system.
It's funny how, like, Ghost is also very angry.
Away from home.
I guess the thin line should have been read kind of halfway through.
I heard you lost the shore.
You lost my shore.
Thought you might want some help getting it back.
A guardian. And where, oh where, pray tell, is its ghost?
Never mind the ghost. There were two guardians at the Prison of Elders when it fell. Cade 6, and this one. The three of us want the same thing, Spider. Uldren and his barons. Dead.
Oh, what is your... Oh, I see. Despite our clear, mutually aligned interests, I'm sorry, but I can't help but feel like it is I who will come up short. It's true. I know where Uldren and his barons scheme. You go, scratch your itch, then we can just say, you owe me. Do we have a deal?
Deal.
We would then go.
Really showed them, didn't you?
Yeah, they would escape.
Piece of advice, eh? Know your enemy before you deal with them. Rexisvan, the hangman. A silent sadist, used to dock the arms of dregs with his bare hands. Cannix, the mad bomber, emphasis on mad. Demolitions expert, with an irritating way about him. The trickster, Araskis, a liar and a schemer. Friendly advice, trust nothing she touches. Hyrax, the mind bender, has a rep for manipulation, has a morbid obsession with the hive. Yavix, aka the Rider, the leader of a bombastic gang of pike-riding heathens. They sow chaos everywhere they ride. The rifleman, Pirha, the only fallen alive who can make the shot that mortalized Cade 6. The Lycris, the machines, scourge of soulless descent. This one sits atop a trove of tech, heavy armament stolen from me. The fanatic himself, Fikrul, the leader of the Barons and the first of the Scorn. His dark magic has no place on my shore. No place. Last, and most certainly least, Aldrin Sov, traitor to his people, and the man who pulled the trigger. He may be in the wind, but his barons are ripe for the picking. Divide, conquer.
8 different bosses, each unique, each falling within a archetype and stereotype between Scorn and Fallen cultures, is a good way to put it. These Scorn don't quite know what Aldrin has done, so they still respect him. Just waving the gun around. As we progress through the campaign, we're trying to figure out what Aldrin wants, what he's doing. We're not the most successful in uncovering it. And him stealing a piece of the Traveler here, we're not sure why he does it.
Be brave.
It's not a strong shard. Just saying. A lot heavier than it looks, huh? That's why you always double tap. I know that's not the advice for snipers, but still. Spectre does follow him. She found him, but still don't know what he's doing. How far are we? Oh, we're pretty... Okay, this is near the end.
This is as far as you go.
Please, for you I go instead. Oh no, darkness lives here. Death, you are not of ether. Can't bring you back.
All the same.
Yes, Father. We ever serve and await return.
Go. Inspire. And avenge your murdered friends.
Who voices Fikrul? Oh, is it Mercer? Oh, okay. It's Matt Mercer.
Dear brother.
I'm not afraid.
I was gonna say, like, I could have sworn I read somewhere.
Of course
Someone I would recognize voices him. So after this, our guardian, after killing all the other barons and tracking them down, we would kill Fikrul outside the gates.
Oh, Aldrin. You have sacrificed like no other. You looked into an abyss, bowed to false kings, and suffered uncountable betrayals. You were humiliated, imprisoned, manipulated, taken, and still you gave up everything because you love. Please, brother, will you walk through hell for me one last time?
Yes.
Good. Then let us finish this. Even paradise is a prison when you can't leave. Free us.
I don't want to like spoil anything beforehand.
You've no idea how fortunate you are to be my chosen. You hold the flesh of a god in your hands. You are mere steps away from our salvation. Only light and dark together can unlock my way back into your world. That's it. Keep going. Free me!
And here it comes. All of his poor dark corruption is out of him, but
You brave, devoted, pathetic fool. Thank you.
I remember seeing this and being like, what the crap? One of the biggest twists. I remember seeing that and being like, what? So you destroy the meatball. Pretty fun boss fight. I mean, it uses all the encounters you see whenever you face the, what are they called, Chimera? Nom nom nom. Exactly.
Congratulations.
Yeah, same mechanics of like the orbs, granting
You
an
have
immunity
my
shield, stuff like that.
undivided attention. Now where's my sister?
She's not here, Aldrin. And if she was, this would be a whole lot easier.
So, this is to be a reckoning.
Wait, not like this. Look at him. He's finished. Even with everything he's done, we can't just...
You have no idea what he's done! If Cade was here, I know what he would do, Guardian. Do you?
Yes. What would the notorious Cade 6 do? You have his gun. Seems you get the last word.
No, no, no. This is Ace of Spades, silly.
Everything I did for her.
You don't know which her he's talking about.
Funny.
Is it Riven or is it Mara?
Line between light
Nah, we all know the answer to that.
So
But man, my brain was so kerfuddled getting through here.
Do you know which side you're on?
Because this campaign took a while. Because it's a lot of like steps to hunt down each Baron. and with 8 of them, it felt a little excessive. Each mission on its own was really fun, but yeah, it's a huge marathon. And for the next 4-5 years, no one will know who pulled the trigger.
Look at him. He's...
But yeah, I mean, this interaction, someone on the floor, another one with a gun to him. This happens a lot. This is like 6 different scenes throughout Destiny's history you can recall for this. There's no real cinematics for the Dreaming City, just a lot of dialogue that you read or listen to, or like talking heads. But once you get into the Dreaming City, which is a whole other beast in itself with story and content, which many in the Destiny community love, because it was like, oh, that was it for Forsaken. It's like, no. That's just the first half of what this expansion is. We would have the Last Wish raid. Again, I still wasn't around for this time, but it still goes down infamously as the hardest day 1 race ever, with only a dozen completions, maybe 24, right? Very few people completed this raid day 1, or at least within 24 hours. It is still to this day the longest raid in Destiny's history. Very complex. Each raid boss is like, there's very few similarities between the bosses, but each one is unique in its mechanics, in its process. But after you defeat Riven,
my queen commanded me to slay a beast. We could not do
we
it
get this
alone,
cutscene.
so I turned to the Guardians. 6 brave heroes came to destroy my people's greatest secret. Riven, the last known Ahamkara, a creature of immense power and cunning. The Guardians killed Riven and ripped out her heart. But Ahamkara transcend death. They can transform desire into reality, even when they are nothing but bone and dust. I should have known that Riven would grant one last wish, one last curse. Now the Dreaming City has been taken. I opened the gates. I ordered the attack. I should have known.
Poor Petra. So the Dreaming City is now cursed and is continuing to be cursed to this day. If you go to the Dreaming City every week, it goes through a different phase of the curse, different ascended challenges. There are so many secrets in the Dreaming City, many of which were not unlocked until after the raid, as a way of world building and growing. Sadly, I didn't really see that, because when I joined, the raid had already happened. I hadn't seen the Dreaming City pre-raid. One last cutscene. We kind of saw it thanks to Ikora, but as we go through each week, we commune more and more with Mara. We eventually meet Mara in her ascendant plane, thanks to our offerings to the Oracle machine. And on her table, we see little snippets of new lore, new information. Stuff like that. One of them, we see this cutscene, this vision. Yeah. As soon as we see this, I was like, no. Like, we're not shown where Uldren was buried. Or laid to rest, I should say. But as soon as I saw this, I'm like, there's no way. How cruel. And Aldrin Sov rises, guardian of the Traveler. That's pretty much Forsaken. The last Oracle vision that we receive from Mara at this time would be of the Pyramid Fleet. Once again, another reference to them. Mara is aware of their presence and their approachment. But no other news comes from that. Forsaken to this day is still considered the best expansion Destiny has ever made. For good reason. It's very large, very complex, very intriguing story with a better sandbox, abilities, 9 new supers, a raid that has still dwarfed any other raid since, introduction to dungeons, which wouldn't really be expanded upon for a while. Like another 2 years before we get another dungeon. But it introduced that new concept of what end game activity could be instead of just raids. But people look fondly on this expansion. As someone who came in not experiencing the low of D1 vanilla and just jumping straight from my last experience of Destiny 1 into Forsaken, I thought it was a good expansion, very complicated and very large. I had to look up many videos and guides to get through it, which is a positive and negative. I mean, it would have been nice if I was there exploring things, but since I was playing catch up, I didn't want to spend too much time trying to look for things when I could easily look them up online. So that kind of soured the experience for me. And if you're not into discovering all those secrets, I can see this expansion not have been a fun one. You loved it Forsaken and sadly did experience low. Exactly, right? It's, I don't know. Forsaken to me still isn't as high on the list as everyone else. Same with my opinion of Taken King. Like, that's a cult favorite amongst a majority of the population of the Destiny fan base. And I'm just not one of them. Doesn't mean I don't like the expansion, doesn't mean I don't appreciate how amazing it is. But one thing I did appreciate was the aspect of you have your story and the ending isn't the end. And it just opens up a gate to a whole nother thing. A good example of that where... No, that was later. Scratch that. I'll talk about that later. He finally got super black. Nice. It's good shader. I don't use on anything, but it's good to have. But yeah, that's the Forsaken expansion in a nutshell. Alright. Not much more to say about that. Now on to one that is another beloved, and one I did not experience to its fullest since I was still a solo player, I guess you could call it. So it's hard for me to really enjoy this, but
welcome, Guardian.
The Black
We provide
Armory.
our clientele with only the finest wares. Every piece in our collection tells a story. However, none can currently be sold. We are without a vital necessity, our forge. If you truly covet our wares, then understand we would very much like our forge back. Welcome to the Black Armory.
I remember trying to start the forge, but the power jump between... That was just a really harsh cut there. Oh. Yep. The power jump between this activity and like the end of Forsaken, including the Dreaming City and stuff, was so high. I got wrecked in this activity. I was like, man, these enemies are tough. Why is their light level like 60 above me? What is happening? It was the first time in my catch-up playthrough where my power level wasn't consistent with the activity. I was a little over-leveled for most of the first year of content. That's bound to happen. But throughout Forsaken, I was like at an okay power. I tend to be just a hair above, and I needed to grind out just a little bit to keep up with it. But it was consistent. I thought the power scaling was good. But then you hit the forges, and man, it was rough. And apparently it was toned down. It was harder before. But I eventually caught up, managed to do all the forges, get most of the weapons. Definitely got all the exotics, but not sure if I got all the black. I did. I must have. Because, like I said, I caught up. I'm now playing everything. I never played Niobe Labs, which everyone still loves. I need to rewatch videos of it, because I still don't fully understand what that is. Apparently, it was just a really big puzzle the community was working on. You missed the 4 just because you stopped playing around that time. You forgot you owned the game. That is fair. I'm part of the rare few that have stayed caught up to date with Destiny throughout the last decade. Except, that hiatus period. But like every time I've taken a break from the game, it has been during the lull time. So like at most I miss like being there right as a new seasonal story beat drops. So like I'm a week or two behind type deal. But never longer than that. And during the more dead eras or periods of Destiny, I would just go play other games. So Destiny has always felt fresh for me. But yeah, Scourge of the Past apparently was a fun raid. Not a hard raid, but it looked really fun. I would have loved to have played that. The exotic was busted for a while. It was really sad I didn't have that. And then it finally came to the Monuments of Lost Light. But you needed spoils to buy it, and I didn't raid at that time, so it wouldn't be for a while where I could get Anarchy. But I loved Jotun. Jotun was my favorite gun from Season of the Forge. Or, yeah. I guess it's called Season of the Forge. The Black Armory DLC. I love Jotun. And just the uniqueness of all the exotics that came out of this. Fantastic DLC. So, quick trailer. I just really like that opening part. Here are all the cutscenes of the Black Army. It's only like 2 minutes. Get your pass from Spider. Come on, open the doors in the tower. Izanagi. Oh.
Stunning, isn't it?
The armor from Black Army was fantastic too.
Is beyond special. A witness to the slaughter of our founder. And my ally in vengeance against those responsible. Light bearers. Just like you. You are not welcome here, Guardian. I see. Well then, what we offer, Guardian, is privilege. Normally afforded to those who do not already have their own. Today, however, it would seem our doors are open to you. Welcome To the Black Armory.
Such a very good piece to remember is Ada 1. She's still on her first version of her exo. She has never had her memory wiped. Which means she has lived a very long time.
Is that...
I'll admit, I have no idea what's happening here. I can't remember.
You found it.
It's something to like reclaim memories of the past and knowledge.
Thank you.
But anyways, good season. You're essentially recovering the memories of the forges and kind of restoring Ada's, not memory, but bringing back to light a lot of things. We get access to lore entries and books that would describe the collapse because Ada lived through it. We get the Black Armory pages. But overall, it was just not really story heavy, but a good way to introduce really fun, creative ideas for weapons and gear. Very fun season. This leads to Season of the Drifter, the first season or expansion of Destiny 2 I was able to take part in opening launch. Now, biggest thing here, if you didn't like Gambit, you would not like this season. But there was a lot of good things about this season that they just never followed up on, and I'm very sad about it. I forget what cutscenes are in here. Oh yeah, this is the opening part.
It's about time someone taught you respect, little man.
Someone like you? I know you all keep tabs on me.
Yeah, you've been straying. You don't even use his name no more.
Well, that's why I'm still breathing, brother. Gambit is a chance at salvation. Take it.
You were always so afraid Shin would get you. Sorry, old friend.
Behind you. Oh boy. Easy. Easy now.
Dredgen.
Nah, not anymore. It's Drifter now.
You have proven yourself worthy. Accept this gift from the knife.
A gift? What gift?
And from here on out, Drifter will have this big giant weird orb thing in the back of his ship. Oh, where to start? So we would have Revelry or Reckoning. I think it was Reckoning. A new game mode where you would take your loot from Gambit, go to the Revelry, Reckoning, whatever it's called, get loot from there to take back to Gambit Prime, and then just this cycle of loot. Interesting concept. Wasn't the most... It wasn't executed the best. People weren't too interested in it. The game mode itself was okay. The problem was we were very strong, especially with well radiance and auto loading capabilities. We could just spam rockets and grenade launchers till we were out of ammo. So the best way to give us difficulty was to knock us off the map, which is just not fun. They put us on a very narrow bridge, a ton of ogres with the taken ogres that could knock you back, and put those on the bridge with you. A lot of issues. Gambit Prime was fun. It was a little quicker, more intense. The armor pieces were busted. Absolutely busted. But yeah. Fun times. What's the next cutscene? Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. Introductions was the Dredgen. We already had quests for Thorn, I believe. I think. I don't want to bother looking it up. But we learn more about the Drifter. We have to decide between him or the Vanguard. And he still has dialogue to this day, depending on what you chose. I chose the Vanguard. And at the time, I was just wanting to be the good guy. Nothing really came of it. We learned more about Drifter's past. Learned a bit more about Shin Malphur. And, you know, the Dredgen cult. We learned that Shin is the leader of the Dredgen cult and uses it as a way to lure guardians susceptible to the darkness. And if they're not strong enough to control it, he mows them down. It's kind of like a funnel trap to bring the enemies closer so you can keep an eye on them. And those who are strong, you know, he tells them their secret, lets them in on the plan, all that stuff. But yeah, there's a whole story with that. I think it was introduced in Forsaken, and it continues on in Drifter. Fun stuff. Then we have this cutscene at the very end of the season.
Might just pull this scam off. And when the time comes, we'll finally be in the clear. A horse.
The horse is never addressed again for a while, but
We have enjoyed watching you. We came to say farewell. Our attention is required elsewhere.
All right. Thanks for the memories, you lunatic. Anything else I can do for you?
You're already doing it. Keep playing the game.
such a huge reveal that has not paid off whatsoever. Just a reminder, it's like, hey, there's the pyramid fleet. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break as we finished up Season of Drifter. Again, it was an okay expansion. I don't know, I was getting a little burnt out. I still had a lot of stuff from the year one and whatnot to keep me preoccupied, but this season itself, wasn't enough to keep me occupied. There was a lot of lore implications, so trying to catch up with the lore, still haven't to this day, but it was fun watching videos, trying to piece together things, getting myself hyped up about this pyramid fleet stuff. But I will be back in a little bit. Just gonna stretch my legs, refill my water, stuff like that. And then we will move on to Season of Opulence. All right, be right back. All right. Oh, ha! Got kicked out of the game. This is fine. All right. So, Season of Opulence. Well, there are no cutscenes, and the trailer for it was almost non-existent. We had very little info going to Season of Opulence. It was more mysterious than anything. But with it came the Menagerie, this 6-player activity where you go through this rotating gauntlet of different mini encounters. So I want to say there's like 5 or 6 different encounters, and you would go through 3 of them. And it was just randomized every time you play it. And you just work with your team, get the objectives done, kill enemies, right? And at the very end, you kill the big boss, whatever it was for the week. I think it was a weekly rotation. Maybe it's a daily rotation. I don't know. And then you had your chalice, which you could focus loot, which was amazing. You would use tokens. This token paired with this token would give you the sniper rifle, etc. Not only that, but you could also choose its masterwork. Something like that. Like, it was really good focusing, which we have not had since. Like, Into the Light has something like it, but not nearly as complex as the Menagerie was. We got the Crown of Sorrow raid, which is the first raid race I was able to watch-ish. I didn't watch the full thing, but I do remember watching Dado's team. It looked like a fine raid. I like the lore implication, watching Mylin and Vice videos after the fact and the implications they all had. But for the most part, the season was very beloved because the activity... I'm going to be real with you. The activity itself was meh. It's the same as anything else. It felt fun because it was close quarter, so the ad density felt high. It wasn't anything more than any other encounters, but you were just in such a tight-knit environment. And the focusing the loot, I will give you that. That was probably the best system Bungie has had. And then the Ingram system they implemented later on has been really good too. But yeah, Menagerie, fun season. The title for that was Shadow. I wish I got that. That's a fantastic title. The implication that Callus has recruited Guardians for his own personal use. Obviously, our Guardian, the player, doesn't. But in the universe, a lot of Guardians did. And they will come up again later. But yeah, that's Season of Opulence. There wasn't much there. There's nothing I can really show you either. A good introduction to Savathun and her meddling with the affairs that we're a part of. Aha! Alright, next up. The first expansion that we got with Activision and Bungie splitting. So up to this point, it's important to remember, up to Season of Opulence, Bungie had access to many other game dev studios under the Activision umbrella that helped them out, which is why Forsaken was so big, why Black Armory was so good, Season of Opulence, why Season of Drifter brought 2 whole new game activities with it. Like, that was a really good year of content. Not everyone liked everything, right? They weren't perfect seasons, but the amount of content and cutscenes and loot and activities that we got 3 raids that year, full-fledged raids, a dungeon, multiple locations. Anyways, it's because Bungie had so much help from very talented studios under Activision. Shadowkeep, we did not. The trailer itself, I was like, okay, seems cool, but it wasn't as hype. It felt small, and when we play it, it kind of felt that way too. But we'll play the first opening little pieces. Yeah. Here's the intro cinematic for Shadowkeep. Remember, the trailers and all the stuff we got beforehand was just some new sandbox changes, introduction of champions. But story-wise, it was just, hey, the Hive are active on the moon. They have the Scarlet Keep. We gotta go stop them. It's like, okay. That was it. And there's nightmares on the moon. The moon's haunted. That really became the big meme. Here we see that Eris has discovered something. There is this weird black veil happening, and the nightmares appear. Savathun's song just blaring.
Attention all Guardians. Last night we detected a seismic disturbance on the moon. Within hours it was swarming with Hive. This plague must not be allowed to spread.
Alright, we'll pause it there. Fun opening mission. So sad we can't replay it. But you swarm the moon, you attack towards the Scarlet Keep, you enter, you go through the catacombs, and then you encounter something. This was nowhere. Nothing. No one knew anything. I remember playing this day one. All the nightmares up there, you're like, oh, this is, oh, okay. Such a great shot, by the way. Oh, what a great angle, skybox.
The source of our disturbance should be right around here.
And then, boom.
That's those pyramids.
The reveal of a pyramid lurking on the under the surface of the moon was one of the greatest. Alright, we're gonna close the Destiny thing. The music's a little loud. It was one of the greatest reveals ever. I was floored. We have been getting hints of the Pyramid Fleet. In Season of Opulence, Callus is talking about the deep and how he peered into the abyss and it showed him salvation. And, you know, he's a little too chummy with his darkness stuff. And we're like, okay, all right, Callus, whatever you say. He's sitting there writing fan fiction about the end of the world and us and him. And we've been getting hints of this ever since the beginning, and Season of Drifter, Forsaken. But the chills I felt seeing the ship here. And I had friends playing, and they hadn't started the story yet. They're like, why, what's up? What are you saying? I'm like, just play the mission. I can't say a word. Play the mission. We go through here, we're defeating nightmares. We can't defeat some of the stronger ones. So Eris teleports us out.
Eris Morn.
What is that pyramid?
You've heard the stories of the Traveler's sacrifice, of darkness descending upon humanity. Before us lies a dark remnant of their existence. Was it struck down by the Traveler? Left here on purpose? The truth is ours to discover.
Discover how?
We find a way inside.
And there we get the premise of the whole expansion. We're like, that is not at all what I paid for, or thought I paid for. Yeah, okay. Boop, boop. Okay. The activities themselves, searching for armor that would help us pass through, which is the expansion armor, the moon armor. It was okay. I mean, the story itself felt not weak, but it was definitely smaller than Forsaken. Definitely reminded me of like Iron, or Rise of Iron vibes in terms of story. But we get to learn a lot about Eris and her fire team and each of the members.
I had to see it with my own eyes. How long has it sat in silence, watching us?
Much too long.
I can't help but feel responsible for this, Eris. If I hadn't sent you here...
Your concern is noted, but my fate is my own responsibility. And we both know you didn't come here to apologize.
I came to tell you, you were right. It seems those responsible for our collapse are coming back.
You're all insufferable! Save your torment for someone who gives a damn.
Poor Eris.
Eris, the Vanguard is at your disposal.
And if you'll excuse us, Ikora, we have work to do.
Guardian, whatever she needs.
Gosh, it's such an ominous position that you can go to still. It is a location on the moon you can still approach. All right, let's load back up the game. I forgot that we're playing so quickly. Yeah. Later on, you're able to help dispel those nightmares from Eris as you learn more about her fire team, who they were. It's kind of like setting the memories to rest and moving on. And I always thought that was a good touch. Good way to learn more about Eris. She's appeared here or there throughout this time, and you know, we knew her from Taken King and Crota's End, but how far are we in? Shadowkeep. If I recall, we should be able to play the final mission of Shadowkeep. Like, they left that campaign mission in the game. Yep. Perfect. So, the last mission of the campaign, you get the armor you need, and we get to go inside the pyramid. For the first time, we get to witness who our enemy really is. You haven't finished Shadowkeep? Well, if you don't want spoilers, don't watch this.
Our fate lies ahead of us. That pyramid destroyed so many lives so long ago. Getting inside
No,
is
it's fine.
paramount.
It is free to play. I should mention this. The expansions from here on out are available for free for everyone to play.
We do not know what tricks they may play within.
Except Lightfall. You still gotta pay for Lightfall. But I remember going through this mission. I'm like, we're about to enter this pyramid ship. I have no idea what's inside, what's gonna happen. Zero clue what to expect. Now, we've been dealing with nightmares a lot, so there's a good chance that's going to be the case. But we know that's not, I don't know, the full power of the darkness. Like, it's not just nightmares. It's just a thing that they're doing. Oh, look at that skybox. So good. And then
The pyramid is waiting.
poor ghost. What's funny is when you go through this the first time, they slow your character down. It's like the game sits there and it's like, no, you are going to stare at this. You should pre-order Lightfall. You mean Final Shape? I pre-ordered Final Shape. It looks too good. My opinion is, if you still like Destiny 2 and you feel like you are going to play it when Final Shape drops, I say buy it. There seems to be too much happening with that DLC to miss out on. And if you're going to be active with the game anyways, I would hate to watch the story unfold, see the missions played out, all that stuff through secondhand means. Now, obviously, if you can't afford it or it's going to be a strain financially, don't. That's why YouTube and streamers exist. But if you can, and you're going to be active with this game, I say do it. It is the end of the saga. What better way to experience it than, you know, than with your own eyes and your own guardian.
It beckons us to come closer.
I remember in my head, I'm like, how am I supposed to get there? So I'm just like, huh? Okay. Just keep walking down the scale cliff. This is gonna take forever. Then you get here, and I'm like, okay, jump down here. Oh! What? No!
Violence, beauty, truth. These things await inside. There's no turning back now.
It's like, look how cool this is. Then we land here. Admittance.
Welcome. We've been waiting.
Like, look at this place. Imagine seeing this for the first time. Got eyes peering in the darkness. The texture of the walls and the material around you.
You're so close now. Just a little further.
Yep, and they just send you straight in.
The Red War saw so many lives lost. Saw the light taken away so easily. In light, there is only weakness.
I wish like Ghost's eye would change when he was being possessed like that. But like hearing these messages of light and dark and the weakness of the light. And here's Fikrul, the final boss of Final Shape. Or, Forsaken, sorry. Tiki, what's up?
The light abandoned Cade, left him for dead, and kept him from being saved.
Gosh, this mission. It's like you weren't sure what to expect, but it wasn't this. Crota. Now this one was so cool. I was like, no. Because at this point, you know, none of Crota's stuff is in D2. So I'm like, oh. Let's go, son. Alright, I need a sword. Boom! Alright, Crota, come here. Let's go, son. Yeah! Let's see what the witness has to say about Crota.
One by one, Crota slaughtered many guardians. The light stood by and did nothing. And a great disaster ensued. In light, there is only death. come to us. Do not be afraid. Respite lies ahead.
Remember, we came in here to dispel the nightmares. Instead, we're given a gift. What? Seems weak. Why don't they play the final cutscene? Oh well. That's why we have YouTube. Yo, is that the Black Garden? Oh my gosh, it's a big fleet.
You made it. We have heard your cries for help. And soon we will answer. Who are you? Don't you recognize us? We are not your friend. We are not your enemy. We are your salvation.
Oh yeah. That's why I was a little sad, because my character's a male EXO. Yeah, Mel EXO. And most of the cutscenes go hard. It's just a great voice for a Guardian. The problem is we already knew that we were going to go to the Black Garden again, because Bungie revealed that that's where the raid was going to be. Now we just know how it fits in the story. They always make Eris so creepy. Oh. Yeah, autoplay because I'm in a playlist. Anyways. That's pretty much Shadowkeep. During this time, we would be sent to the Black Garden because the artifact calls to it. Hence, the garden calls out to you. When we enter through the garden, we fight through the Soul Divisive. I believe that's their name. Of that tribe of Vex. Best way I could call them. At the end of the raid, we discover a pyramid ship. Well, like a pyramid craft-ish thing. And inside, a statue. And we learn that the Soul Divisive, and them alone, worship the darkness. A lot of other things ensue. We go through nightmares to dispel them. We save Eris. We have a new dungeon, the Pit of Heresy. I actually forgot about the Pit of Heresy, so scrap the whole 2 years between dungeons. This is only a year. Great dungeon. So I forget the lore of Pit of Heresy. I'll admit, don't even want to try to describe it. But yeah, that's pretty much Shadowkeep. The story, huge step forward in the progression of the Light Dark saga. Absolutely massive. How it's portrayed to us is a little loose around the edges. Feels unfulfilling. But a couple big things Bungie did give us is sandbox changes. This is where Armor 2.0 comes in, where perks on armor pieces are now slottable, which is a system we still have today. It's been upgraded a few times since then, but detaching mods to armor pieces began with Shadowkeep. Huge step forward in build crafting. Artifact became a thing with the introduction of Season of the Undying. We'll get to that in a second. And champions became a huge thing. They weren't part of the campaign, but they are part of like stuff like nightmare hunts and whatnot. But it's the introduction of kind of harder enemies. Now, here's my two-piece on champions. At the time, we needed them. It was a way to shake up difficulty of enemies. It provided a new challenge for us to face, especially at higher end content. When was Shadowkeep released? What year? October 1st of 2019. Good gosh, was it really that? Oh my. Okay. Oh, 2019. It has been almost 5 years, and we're still dealing with champions. And since then, we have been introduced to other types of enemies and stronger, stronger and better designed enemies. We don't need champions anymore. All they do is, yes, they are a huge threat, and especially in stuff like GMs and master level content, they can wreck your day. But they're so limited to specific types of stuns. Before the subclass changes, where they can now interact with champions, we were limited by the artifact mod, which determined what weapons we can take into endgame encounters, because we have to deal with the champions. It's forced. It doesn't feel good. It sucks. And champions, again, aren't challenging. They're just more annoying at this point. I know what comes to mind is Dado had a video about community feedback being directly correlated with new features in the game, and how artifact mods were meant to shake up the meta, and people are mad about that. People are mad about champion mods. Get rid of champions. Everything else about the artifact mod is fine. I love the mods that come with it. They do shake up the meta. It kind of, determines what you're going to be using, what becomes strong, the subclasses, and the playstyle that you kind of focus on for that season. That's great. That's what the artifact mod is, or the artifact is used for. It's the champion mods and the champions themselves. Hopefully, it's not going to happen, but my hope is in final shape, champions are kind of scaled back a bit. They're not used in as many things. They're kind of taken out of high-end content, because we have enemies that are difficult to deal with, that require different approaches and strategies, that don't require, you to have a hand cannon to deal with unstoppables or stuff like that. I think good examples are like Briggs. Briggs have no crit spot, so you have to use more blunt type weapons until their crit does appear, and then they take huge damage resistance from blunt weapons, and you have to hit them with precision once they get like 40% health or whatever it is. That's great. That's a great enemy design, and they're difficult in high-end content. They hit like a truck too. wyverns. You know, they have a crit spot, but it's almost impossible to hit. It is so hard to hit them. They're very agile. They hit hard. They are very difficult enemies. And I am more scared of them than a champion. You replace the champions with wyverns, ooh, gonna be a bad time. And then with tormentors, you have to use precision. But they're very mobile and agile, and it's hard to hit their crit spot, especially once you break the shoulder pads. Then it's just the chest. You can only really shoot them when they're charging you. And with the Dread coming up, they have, you know, their vast abilities and toughness. So in my head, I'm just like, we need enemies like that to replace champions. Anyways, that's enough about that. That's Shadowkeep. Season of Undying was the companion season for Shadowkeep. This was taking place kind of alongside the main DLC, but you can look at it as being like a post DLC thing. Do we really not have a cutscene archive for Season of Undying? We do. Oh, well, it's... That's funny. There are no cutscenes for Season of Undying. So, we only have the trailer, really, which ends up being the opening cinematic for it anyways. Which apparently was a cutscene made back in D1 that they just reused for this. But it worked. It's still a cool cutscene. Describes the Vex really well for people who don't follow deep in the lore. Hold up. What? Do you have Ikora's voiceover? Alright, I guess Ikora doesn't talk till the end, huh? Vex milk. Yep. Good old Vex milk. For those of you who are Halo fans, think of this as like your hunters. Like, they're these big burly things, but they're actually just a bunch of little worms that control the armor and work together like a symbiote.
We say that the Black Garden is the birthplace of the Vex. But it was not the beginning. It was the reason.
Look how big that Minotaur is.
Called out a question. The Vex are the answer. They will do anything to protect the garden. In these things, there is symmetry. The gateways have opened. The Vex are coming.
Oh yeah, them and their Vex milk. Alright. So the whole premise of Season of Undying, if I remember correctly, is a very simple story. We have to kill the Undying Mind. We hunt it down through the passages. We go through the seasonal activity, which takes us to the Black Garden. It was an okay activity. There's champions in there. No one knew how to deal with them. That was fun. It was really fun, especially the overloads, because they regen health. At the end, we kill the Undying Mind. Ikora is overseeing all of this. That's about it. I mean, the armor and the weapons were really cool. They were Vex themed. The weapons had like the grassy garden stuff on them. Those were reintroduced with Season of the Wish, by the way. You can craft them. But anyways, Season of Undying is alright. I like the activity they brought with the moon. It's no longer a thing. One thing to remember though, these activities were season only. Meaning when Season 9 started, Season 8 was done. Yeah, you could no longer play Season of Undying content as soon as the season ended. For this year of Shadowkeep, this was the pattern. Everyone hated it. It was total FOMO. If you want to participate in the season, you have to play during that time. Otherwise, that content would get sunsetted and we'd move on. I understand it was a way to like progress the story linearly as like a world, but it was not consumer friendly at all. So that's Season of Undying. Very short, simple. The next though, let me just say, Season of Undying and Shadowkeep were kind of letdowns. Like I said, I love the premise of Shadowkeep. I love that ending mission. I love the concept of the pyramid ships. That was about it. I also enjoyed learning about Eris, but Undying was meh. It was okay. Season of Dawn. The most beloved season. It's up there. A lot of people rank this season high, and for good reason. Let's watch the trailer.
You've been busy, Guardian. When you slew the Undying,
Hey, thanks for the follow.
you changed the course of history. Now time is broken on Mercury, fractured by the Legion. They intend to write a new history, a new ending to the Red War.
Gosh, such good weapons and armor.
You'll need to walk the corridors of time. And you'll need my sundial to do it. I built it so that an ally of mine could cheat death. I failed to help him, and his death remains my greatest regret.
They call me the greatest titan who ever lived.
Oh yeah, finishers were introducing, yeah.
You fight like a caged animal.
I still use that finisher. It's so fun. Hey Watcher, what's up? Oh, is this one this? Yeah. Oh! Love that scout rifle. Used that so much when this came out.
Bring the sky down upon them.
Yeah, very hype. Very good season. That's just the trailer. So you thought, well, Season of Dawn had they have cutscenes, but there weren't that many, and it does not encapsulate everything that happened. So, this channel put together all the cutscenes and quests. Right? Wow. Why no gameplay from the season? So, Bungie's... They introduced something called sunsetting, where they took content from the game out of the active game and put it in like a storage vault in their own servers. We can no longer play that content. And it sucks. That's a concept they introduced probably in Season of Undying. I did not start streaming until Season of the Worthy, which is the next season. And I could try to pull out my old footage of it, but nah. I'm just looking at cutscenes anyways, so they delete it, people lose interest. Yep, that's what happened. I don't know why I said to go to 10 minutes. We'll skip around.
Before you, the Red Legion had never been defeated in battle.
Episodes don't start till after Final Shape.
Drove them to a desperation they've never
This is
known.
the opening cinematic for
They
Worthy.
have scoured the system, searching for salvation. Instead, they found my failed experiment, the sundial prototype. It is a means to walk the corridors of time. Now time is broken on Mercury, fractured by the Legion into countless realities. They intend to write a new history, a new ending to the Red War. Show them history is written by the victors.
After this, we would go on some quests, quarters at a time. So that's Saint talking about the Fallen. And we get to meet Saint back when he's like younger. And funny enough, guess where he gets perfect paradox?
What is this?
We give him it.
Paradox, built by my guardian out of spare parts and light and sheer will to aid you.
It's beautiful.
I probably shouldn't be showing you this, but when has that ever stopped us? This is the last safe city of humanity, hundreds of years from now. During the day, there are children laughing in the streets. When night falls, the people sleep in their homes, not against the walls, weapons in hand, like the early days.
Like my people.
These are your people, Saint. They're descendants. If you quit the fight, maybe you'll live forever. Your ghost will protect you no matter what. But this
Probably switch
last
this to Destiny 2 since we
Everything I've ever built has died.
made it through Destiny.
I've buried most of
There
the
we
people I've met. I can't do this. Not anymore.
So
we all make our own choices. Good luck, Titan.
it was this whole process, the corridors of time, where we're this paradox of us going back and being the inspiration for Saint to become a great guardian, giving him hope, a voice for the people. We are the reason he is the way he is today because we go back in time and influence it. Whereas he then becomes an influence for us and the rising generation of guardians. In this mission, the Vex manage to trap Saint. He's up there. And drain him of his life. This is how they kill him, but not before he can kill, millions of them. And his gravesite is what we see in Curse of Osiris. Us interfering allows him to live. We destroy the only Vex mine that can drain light, attuned to Saint specifically. So the Vex no longer have their weapon against Saint.
I've chased your memory for centuries.
And then he tells us, you know,
Open the infinite forest.
there you go.
I'll meet you the long way around, at the end. What's a few more years of fighting Vax?
Instead of dying, Homeboy decides to rampage around. And when we return back to our timeline, we open the gate for him. And this cutscene ensues.
If we did this right, Saint should be waiting for us in the forest. Let's hope he's still alive.
Don't ask me how all this time travel stuff works. No idea.
My name is Saint 14. They call me the greatest titan who ever lived. But I would be dead if not for you.
It's so stupidly ridiculous. Oh, it's such a great introduction to his character. I say introduction, but you know. That sums up Saint pretty well.
Since the day I met you, I swore I would make it my duty to follow your example. I'm still trying.
This is a season, by the way, that will only last like the 3 months it's active. Season of the Dawn was so good. The cherry on top was the Corridors of Time. A public, I don't know, like a public event, a puzzle, something the Raid Secrets team. It was a community effort to try to navigate through the corridors of time to find the actual entrance or exit. It took the community a few days and hundreds of submissions from Guardians around the world, taking screenshots of patterns they see, the pathways they took, and compiling all that data together to get the actual procedure that we needed to do to traverse the corridors of time. It was long, it was complicated, and we haven't had a puzzle like this since. This was like Niobe Lab level puzzle and community event. And at the very end, I mean, don't read the title. We would approach this moment.
Thank you for coming. We've gathered here today to celebrate the life of my mentor, my inspiration. They called him Crota's End. The Hive Kingslayer. The young wolf. Hero of the Red War. The man who avenged Cade 6. He had 100 types, I cannot recall.
Remember, our Guardian's only 5 years old.
And he died doing what he does best, defending the last city of humanity. Ages ago, he saved my life, and then inspired me to save myself. I am glad that he did, because travel will help us. He is gone. There is no one to save us now. On the day we met, I decided I would follow his example. I'm still trying. I've marked this grave with one of his favorite weapons, shattered in that final confrontation. It used to be mine. All who find what we've left here, please leave it be. Unless you're still out there somewhere. You've performed miracles before.
My dog's snoring in the background. But
Take it and come back to us. And we'll kill what killed you. Or die trying.
so yes, this is our gravesite. At the end of the corridors of time, this long community project to solve and navigate, we find our grave. Buried with what looks like raised lighter. But I think it's just because it looks cool, right? Like, that is a very clean grave. Mind-boggling. I mean, nothing's really come of this, but just it blew the community's brain away. Last but not least... we have the finale.
While you can.
Yeah. This is the ending cinematic. Our introduction, one could say, towards the next season.
It's been a while, old man. The tower looks at you and sees a god. But I see a thug, a murderer, betrayer. You know why I left the Infinite Forest, what I saw. A line has been drawn in this system. Light on one side, dark on the other. Where do you stand?
So out of the blue. I just was not expecting it. But here's another. This is a more lighthearted cutscene. We relit the forges. You know, kind of saving Mercury. If you're wondering what this is, we're relighting the Trials of Osiris lighthouse. So we all know that's coming up soon. And that's the end of Season of Dawn. When this season ended, the corridors of time left. the sundial went away. The activity of the sundial was okay. It was much better than the Undying activity. Here, give me a second. Anyways, what was I saying? The sundial. It was a good activity, but you can tell a lot of work went into it. And it started to become apparent that, like, oh, we're kind of running through all this content and it's coming and going. Kind of sucks. Personally, I felt bad for the developers because I know they spent so much time making this stuff only for it to be around for 3 months and then shipped away. I'm glad they changed that system, but this whole year was kind of a struggle as everyone was working on trying to get the weapons for that season, get the armor, get everything done. It was just a grind fest, and no one was happy. But Season of Dawn was a fantastic season. Saint is a great character. I love what they did with him, a legend that we have heard about since Destiny 1. And to bring him back, the way we save him, it was a beautiful story. Also, the gear was just fantastic. We got our first wave frame grenade launcher. We got really fantastic linear fusion rifles. It was just a good season of loot and gear, and it all looked so clean. Fingers crossed that Season of Dawn weapons come back. Now, off of the high, of Season of the Worthy, Season of Dawn, we have Season of the Worthy.
Taken out the primary engine.
It's like they want this thing to drift off into space forever.
Not forever. Guardian, the Almighty is plummeting towards the last city, and we have no way to stop it. If it comes to it, we Guardians must be the ones to make a hard choice.
The launch of Trials of Osiris.
You swoop in like a bird of prey.
Season of the Worthy, a very interesting season. We have a few cutscenes to play through.
2 years ago,
but not too many.
Warmind Rasputin helped humanity defeat the Hive on the Martian frontier. On that day, it swore to protect us. Now, it may be the only thing that can. The Red Legion has one last play. They have boarded their superweapon, the Almighty, and it's on the move. You already destroyed its star-killing munitions, but whatever the Legion hopes to achieve won't end well for us. They once took the tower. They will take nothing else. We'll see to that.
This was always a fun cutscene. I did appreciate this.
Anna, come in.
Anna, are you there?
Just Just a moment.
Anna, report.
Copy, Commander. I've located the central manifold. It seems the Cabal have disabled the ship's MAV thrusters.
They killed the steering on this
Just my
thing?
dog and her snoring, goodness sakes.
Any idea what that was?
Checking. That explosion came from the propulsion deck. The Cabal have taken out the primary engine. Have you made it to the bridge yet?
Just a moment. Now I'm on the bridge.
It's like the first time ever that Zavala uses that overly sized shoulder pad.
They've destroyed the ship's navigation system. We're a dead stick.
None of this makes any sense.
No nav, no engine, no way to steer or change course.
It's like they want this thing to drift off into space forever.
Not forever.
All right. All right, I will be right back, but we will talk more about this in just a second. All right, back to this. Such a great premise. It kind of flows right in from Season of Dawn. These Scions, they're desperate. Or I guess like the one remaining one, because we killed the other ones in Season of Dawn. But they have this almighty just chilling, dead in space. So why not just crash into the last city? So what do? We turn to Rasputin. We arm, essentially missiles to blow up the almighty before it can hit Earth. Some pros of this season, we were introduced to huge things like the walkers. Let's see if I can pull up the trailer again. These things are so cool. We could activate frames and heavy frames to assist us in missions and public events. Super cool. They would make reappearances later. Trials of Osiris came back, which is great for the PvP community. It had its issues. We had a cheater issue already. Trials did not help. It was kind of a mess. But Season of the Worthy was not a good season. The public event was just not fun. It's a seasonal event, but public event form. So that left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. The story itself was kind of eh. The whole point is just, arming these missile silos to shoot the almighty out of the sky. Some cool things. I believe this was the season where we learned more about Fellwinter and his connection with Rasputin and why Rise of Iron happened with Siva and Rasputin and the Iron Lords. So a lot of great story with that. And then in the Seraph bunkers, as we were clearing them out to, gain Rasputin's trust, we would uncover this. There's good old Jupiter. The fleet is here. There were sensor towers in each of the bunkers that showed our world, or I guess like our solar system, some distance in a triangle shape. And every week, those triangles were getting closer and closer. Season of the Worthy was okay. I could not tell you what happened in this season. I think we got the Seraph weapons as our gear. They're good weapons, especially once we had the Warmind cell mods and stuff. They synergized really well. But Season of Worthy was kind of a meh season. But that's okay. Season Dawn was fantastic. And the next season was so good. Because Season of Worthy was building up the arrival of the Pyramid Fleet. We knew they were coming, but we had a tracker saying they are here. Right? So what happens? We did not know what the next season was called. We knew nothing about it until the day of. Yeah, I want to say the day of. And this is the trailer we get for it. Oh, I forgot to mention. We had a live event. Where everyone was in the tower and we watched the Almighty explode and it falls onto the earth and stuff like that. Fun. Took way too long. But it was fun. I liked the concept of it. Sadly, they don't do it anymore, but the live events was fun. Forgot about that part.
The Almighty has been reduced to smoldering ash. And with allies like Rasputin, who can stop us?
From Titan to Mercury, their shadow reaches.
Is their message a warning? trick? We can't know until we hear their words.
Just look at that.
You bring weapons. You will not need them. We offer only truth.
The darkness reached out, but something interferes. The witch sister of the taken king, Savathun.
We are the final line that halts the second collapse.
Prepare yourself, Guardian. This battle is not over.
Yeah. Season of the Sunset. Funnily enough, yes, this is also the same time we learned that massive sunset changes were happening with Beyond Light, which would be the next expansion. So that brought a lot of the mood down. Yeah, it was Beyond Light where sunset happened. The pyramids would appear on the worlds that would become sunset. So they kind of tied it in story-wise. But this is where we would lose the Red War, Forsaken, Curse of Osiris, Warmind, all of that stuff. Yeah, kind of sucked. But a couple things. We'll hold this off. There's a couple cutscenes to watch.
The Hive wanted a return to war on the moon. They built a lunar fortress to back their assault. A grand stage to announce their revival. You climbed that scarlet citadel, and the Hive met you head-on. You buried them. But we found more than Hive on the moon. The dark has reached out. We have no choice but to reach back.
Not gonna lie, this was one of my favorite seasons because of the lore implications. The Pyramid Fleet is here. It was one of the most daunting things. Not a dead one that we saw on the moon. That was still pretty active. No, this is a invading fleet. We are under attack. And this is Rasputin and his, I don't know, his defense systems fighting back against the pyramids. To understand what just happened, Rasputin has just been defeated. I'm just... Like, all this buildup that we have this great ally, this defender of our solar system, wiped out immediately.
What did you...
We'll pause there. The pyramid fleets would arrive in the skyboxes. And let me tell you, these were so fantastic to see. If you weren't there to see this, I don't know how best to describe it to you. When you load into these worlds and the entire sky is taken up by one of these pyramid ships. Just one. It's a single ship. but it's causing so much destruction and devastation, and is so ominous. The seasonal activity is a public event, which kind of irked some people, and I don't blame you. Like, you know, we're kind of sick of it anyways. Yeah, but I will give credit to this. Seeing these little mini ships appear, and then having an activity surrounding it, it felt better. And I think really it's the story and the lore implications that really carried this season. And it wasn't just this. We were running interference missions. I think this is a good spot. We found a tree of silver wings that was corrupted on Io, down at the very base of where the Traveler last was placed, like his last contact. Here we're trying to learn and listen to the witness, or the darkness, I should say. But Savathun is interfering, so we're trying to push her back so we can listen to the darkness. It was such a great season. So much was happening, so much build up. Problem was, Beyond Light got delayed. So this season did stretch out a little longer, and the content for it wasn't on par. However, what also came with this, where is it? Was the new dungeon, Prophecy, which is still a beloved favorite to this day. I remember playing this the first time and learning, you know, what the 9 have to tell us about light and dark. And this is the first time they really told us, like, that it's just energy. It's just two different powers that are opposite of each other. Like gravity and no, that's a bad example. Anyways, it's like push and pull, right? So that's what the dungeon would teach us, and it's a huge eye-opener of how we view darkness and light. But yeah, like I said, this was my favorite season. It's beautiful.
What did you find?
It found me. The darkness reached out, but something interferes. Its messages to us are being defaced.
Defaced?
By the witch sister of the taken King Oryx. Savathun.
Your obsession gives her power.
No. She feeds on denial, ignorance. The Guardian has discovered a means to circumvent her. A seed of silver wings.
Eris.
If the darkness reaches out, we must reach back.
I will not sanction this.
We are beyond sanctions. It is here. I will return to Io. If we cannot determine what the darkness seeks, we will find ourselves on the verge of a second collapse. Perhaps that is what Savathun wants.
Please don't.
Let me go, Zavala.
Wait.
According to spectral analysis, the pyramid, its propulsion, the energy it's manipulating on Io, I don't see a ship. I see a being. Paracausal in nature.
Like the Traveler.
All records of the Golden Age agree. On the first day, the sky filled with darkness. On the second, the Traveler fell.
Help Eris where you can, but be ready to deal with the enemy fleet when it arrives. We need you, Guardian.
Not too many cutscenes here. There is one cutscene we do need to watch before seeing Blackout here.
World's grave.
So as we're running the interference missions, the very last one that we do,
You've done well to purge his stain from this failing
we receive a
court.
communication from the
Why would
darkness.
Savathun work with him?
With
Sorry. Also, Nokris lived. He had an ascendant plane, of course. He's been working with Savathun, in quotation. Savathun's been using him, essentially, to run interference on us. We kill Nokris during this time.
Nokris is an exploited outcast, Little Light. A necromancer. Though I'm sure the Taken Queen saw value in his craft. Death rituals to buck the worm's game. I dare not wonder how she meant to wield that knowledge.
We shouldn't dwell on it, you know. He's not coming back from that.
Good riddance. Savathun's haze has diminished considerably, though not completely.
She's still out there, hiding.
And I hope she saw what became of her brood. Hold still. I will fetch you.
Don't you see? It is as we once said. In light, there is only weakness. Only failure. Only death. But where the light takes, the dark gives. No longer will you be a pawn. No longer will you watch the lives of those you care for be lost. Remember, in darkness there is only strength, only victory, only life. Ancient power awaits you on Europa.
That was our little teaser for Europa. Sadly, this dropped like 4 or 5 weeks before Beyond Light would be released due to the delay. But yeah, a little chilling. This was what our directory looked like before Beyond Light. During Season of Rivals, we see this happen. Pyramid ships appear on the worlds that would be sunsetted. But it is here during Season of Arrivals. The Traveler would push back the darkness, unlike as it did during the first collapse. Season of Arrivals was such a great season. I will never not praise it. It did get extended, so we did get a little burnt out from it. But it introduced weapons that we still use to this day. If I recall, the weapons of Season of Arrivals would not be sunsetted. But everything before then would be. Or Season of the Worthy. One of those 2 seasons would mark the beginning of what loot we could have. And everything before then would be sunsetted. Meaning you couldn't be raised in power level. Gear like the Falling Guillotine would appear here. Whispering Slab is the bow. Both of those I still have to this day. Cold Denial was a pulse rifle that people still continue to use to this day. There's a fusion rifle, I forget the name of it. But this came out with incredibly good gear. Can't remember what the armor looked like. But the weapons were amazing. Wither Horde came about, which becomes one of the top tier exotics in the whole game to this day. Ruinous Effigy is just a fun weapon. But yeah, the lore implications. This season was just huge. It was big. And I still remember everything I felt to this day. All right, let's close all of you. But after that, we now have Beyond Light.
Chains! For centuries we have been bound by them. We have become pawns of our own devices. No longer.
Darkness walks among us. We are all in great danger. My kind must survive. Please, send help.
Where is the signal coming from?
Here, Europa. Wait! Old friend, these powers, they are changing you.
Aramis's presence on Europa is not happenstance. Obsession propelled her here.
Our enemies stand no chance against this power. The great machine will finally know our pain.
The beginning of darkness, really. Few things to know. Aramis has been in the background for a while. We read about her in lore cards, and we stopped her in the Outbreak Perfected 0 Hour quest, or exotic mission. The reprised version doesn't have her in it, obvious reasons, but the original kind of did. Like, we saw her, but then we fought off like other lieutenants and whatnot. That was kind of like our direct interaction with her, but now she's here, obtaining stasis for her own. Our worlds have fallen, and the pyramid and the darkness have called us to Europa. It is here that we run across Varix, who, I didn't really discuss this earlier, he's the one that caused the prison break in Forsaken. Indirectly, he is the reason Cade 6 is dead. And we learn about that. And we're not too happy with them. I think that's everything that we need to know there. We got some cutscenes to watch.
There's a tale you might have heard, ages old, of the gifts of light granted by the Traveler, of the terror of darkness brought forth by the pyramids, and of the Elixni, blessed by the Traveler with great prosperity until it abandoned them. This ongoing war between light and dark would bring a similar fate to our doorstep. Humanity's collapse, but in its wake, the birth of guardians. It gifted you with light, a second chance for our kind. But we were not the only ones seeking second chances. The fallen Elixni came to take our gift, but you defended it, grew strong from it, ever preparing for darkness's inevitable return. And return it has, this time with its own gift, granted to Aramis, a survivor of the Elixni's fall. And now, a wielder of darkness against our Traveler. None of us will ever escape the endless cycle of war between light and dark, unless we find truth beyond the tale. and wield this dark gift ourselves. Our very existence depends on it. I've seen terrible things born out in the darkness. Every moment brings them closer.
A lot of Exo Stranger in this one.
My future does not begin here, but yours does. It's time to step beyond the light. And it all begins with a splinter.
My friends, we are all in great danger. Earth, the great machine, Elixir, and human. Darkness walks among us. We are all in great danger. My kind must survive. Please, send help. There is not much time. What? Where? Oh no. She's already here. Please, anyone.
That's another one. They all scan the same. Empty. Why did the darkness invite us here? You're quiet today.
Yeah. It's just, we keep coming face to face with darkness. And every time we fail to stop it, we're just so powerless. I'm picking up a distress signal.
It's always weird why the pyramid ships are so empty.
It's Varix. He has a lot to answer for. I'll send a message to let Zavala know.
No, wait. Where is the signal coming from?
Here. Europa.
We go and rescue Varix.
Not only a traitor, but a thief. Now where is it?
Safe from you, yes.
Search the buildings. Find it.
Wait! Aramis, old friend. These powers, they create chaos. They are changing you. This...
Cling to your machine god. With this power, we make our own fate. Always playing pretend, living in the past. I should have seen it. Make an example of him.
This is where we save Varix.
Chains! For centuries we have been bound by them. Servants, to the so-called Great Machine. We even built idols in its image.
Poor servitor. He's just chilling.
Pawns of our own devices. No longer. Today, we begin breaking free from our chains. This power is
It's funny how she does this because they still need the servitors to provide them with ether. But she does it as an example.
one by one. We will rise again. This is our future. Our enemies stand no chance against this power. The Great Machine will finally know our pain. It would appear our enemies have arrived, eager to test us. Let's not keep them waiting.
So we were infiltrating. We overheard the conversation. That's what all that was. This is a ziggurat that came from the pyramid ship, and we needed to intercept this. But we are too far away. Our guardian is. The Aramis's forces are just right here. Well, luckily we have allies that were closer.
And here comes our guardian. Right on time.
One thing we can do... Oh, I got kicked to the title screen. We can play the Beyond Light mission. After we talk about Beyond Light, I'll probably end it there. We can complete pretty much everything else to... Maybe. It's 2 campaigns we gotta play through. But... within the timeline, we can go back to Beyond Light. And relive the moment where we first wielded stasis. Specifically the darkness, you know. Eververse. Please, don't advertise here.
The arrival of the Black Fleet sparked great turmoil in the last city. Many of our people feared that a second collapse was imminent. The Witness took advantage of that fear. It promised power to all those worthy of it, in the form of stasis, setting off a race to Europa. We could never have imagined what awaited us on that frozen moon. We had always believed darkness itself to be inextricably linked with our enemy. Its power a path to inevitable violence and grief. But there were those, like Elsie Bray, who understood that what we call darkness is a neutral force. Like the light, it could be a powerful tool for good in the right hands, if we were brave enough to question our beliefs.
That was a huge point throughout the Beyond Light story.
By communing with the crux of darkness, we could learn to wield the power of stasis. First, we had to fight our way into Reese Reborn, Aramis's stronghold on Europa.
There's this colony of, well,
this pyramid granted darkness to the Guardians and the Fallen. It gives power to our enemies as easily as it gives power to us. I don't trust it.
It's a forgotten Golden Age city that the Fallen have kind of taken over to make their own. Which I don't blame them. I mean, it would have been nice for the Fallen to have their own land, but kind of threw that grenade like a cold snap grenade, not gonna lie. But Beyond Light was interesting. Because we already learned in Season of Arrivals about the neutrality of light and dark through the Prophecy Dungeon. But it wouldn't be until Beyond Light where we would actually gain powers of the darkness and have to have, you know, ask ourselves, are we still good?
The darkness is a neutral force, but the pyramids have an agenda. Until we know what it is, we can't let our guard down.
That is a very important line to remember.
Now, my fellow Elixir, do not let this scum take more of our sisters, brothers, fathers, and mothers.
Listen, if you just leave me be, I'll just take my little crux and go.
Aramis's presence on Europa is not happenstance. Temptation set the wheels in motion, but obsession propelled her here. To destroy the light with an army of darkness, she and her followers make those selfish choices moment to moment. Humanity relies on our selfless acts to bring about a better world. Darkness is no more than a tool with which we do so.
Beyond Light had a great soundtrack, let me just say. Woohoo! And this is pretty much the mission. Oh, a fellow stasis user. Brother.
Inside us all is the strength to control darkness. We need only look inward and remember why we're here.
And there we go. Do we have a mission end at all? Okay, there we go.
Armed with guidance and resolve, Guardians took up the power of stasis without succumbing to the Witness's corruption. Our understanding of the darkness expanded. Darkness is a part of our universe, a natural force. We wield it in defense of the last city. We challenged many of our assumptions in the days that followed.
We don't need to learn all that. Don't spoil the next year, Ikora. Yeah, we'll just keep watching from there. As we've been destroying her, not barons, but her leadership.
Praxis and Phylax are dead.
Yeah, we killed those two.
We must retaliate. Atrax. Critus and I can handle this. Return to the crypt and prepare the body.
Yes, that Atrax from Deepstone Crypt Raid.
Aramis, we must take pause. These powers are not what we expected. I, too, am impatient. But there is wisdom in caution.
Caution? Look what caution has earned us. Our enemy exploits our weakness. Now we must act. I will give these Guardians the destruction they crave.
Ours was a world of prosperity and
Poor Varix. This is where we really learn about the Elixni.
age. We worshipped the great machine. But fate intervened. With it came a whirlwind of destruction. In the chaos, the great machine fled, abandoning us all. Aramis, like most, was left consumed with rage. In the wake of loss, Aramis rebuilt a life, found new family, one forged from anger. Aramis saw only destruction of that which abandoned us. Varix fears for Elixni lives. At the the command of Aramis, they will meet their end. We all do. We must all make choices. Aramis chose herself over her people. If Aramis is to succeed, the great machine and all who follow it will meet their end. In darkness, there is only one truth: death.
Your chains are showing. All that power, wasted serving false gods. Allow me to help you break free.
This is... I can't. I'm sorry.
We need Path of Burning Steps. They help you resist being frozen.
Look what I've done for you. No more light. No more dark.
Look within. Focus your power.
How interesting.
The only thing we have to break here is you.
Come then, Pawn. Show me what freedom has given you.
It's a fun fight, not gonna lie.
It will not end this way. It can't. What?
And the witness is done with her crap and freezes her for another time. So with Beyond Light, it was cool learning more about the darkness and obtaining the stasis subclass. Very grindy. Oh, I'm so glad they changed the requirements for it. It took forever to get everything unlocked. Europa was a cool world. The whole story with Aramis was eh. The problem with that was she was sort of built up, but not really. And yeah, it's just there wasn't too much investment with that main story. The real, what do you call it? Interest in Beyond Light and Europa would be once the raid unlocked, as we chase Atrax into the Deep Stone Crypt.
Sooner or later, we must all face the consequences of our struggle for power. For Aramis, the Deep Stone Crypt provided another grasp at darkness. But firm it was not. Their loss is our gain. For the deepest secrets of Europa are now within our grasp.
So then the Deep Stone Crypt, the birthplace of the Exos, we learn that we already knew that Vex was, a part of creating Exos. But Clarity Control was the darkness. There was a darkness statue hidden in the complex. I don't want to say hidden, but inside there. So Exos are born out of Vex and darkness, essentially. And Clovis Bray, his little mechanical head there, he lives as an AI. And that just sparked a whole bunch of side quests and stuff with him. Learning that Banshee 44 is the exo version of Clovis Bray, but because he's been wiped so many times, he has no idea that he used to be Clovis. Yeah, learning about the exos and just all the possibilities that happened with that made Beyond Light a really fun expansion. The reason why Beyond Light gets so much heat is because of the sunsetting. All the stuff prior, except Shadowkeep, was sunsetted. Oh, that's not true. Year 1 of Destiny got sunsetted. Because Forsaken was still there, the Tingle Store was still there. I forgot when we lose that. Anyways. And it's just a lot of drama with like the size of the game, the coding of the game. So it gets a lot of bad rap. But for me, Beyond Light was a pretty good expansion. Stasis was so much fun. They're improving upon it. In fact, there's a bunch of developer insight notes coming out today and tomorrow for it. Yeah, the Exos and the Deepstone Crypt was definitely like the highlight of Beyond Light. As we learn more about the uses of darkness, its actual purpose in the universe. What other big cosmic things did we learn? I think that's about it. We're just having to change our morality, our views of what light and dark is, and who the real enemies are, and who we're really fighting for. A pattern that becomes more apparent throughout the year. But we'll pause it there. We will resume at Season of the Hunt tomorrow. Not too much more to go. I am very, very excited. So much has changed. So much growth. But thank you everyone for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.